Stream Elements says, Old Mage Guy is now live. Streaming just chatting. Windows still have not fixed the issue.
This is fun. If you don't know, that is complete and utter sarcasm. Did I forget to turn Steam on already? I think I did. I did. Exit. So we'll go here. And the video I have for you today is a little bit different compared to what I normally do. And I will get to some of the normal stuff, the normal news afterward. But I found this video as I was stumbling through YouTube, and it's like, okay, this is pretty accurate. There's a few spots here that I could say, okay, not quite, but you're close. And honestly, it gives credit to Gen Z that's been needing it. Mind you, one of this person's other videos is sitting here glazing you guys like crazy, saying that you're the ones who figured this shit out. It's like, no, you didn't. You heard it from us millennials, and that's why we're in it together. Mind you, it wasn't all of us millennials. Not all of us millennials actually saw through this shit. But, still, don't sit there and take complete credit for it. Y'all wouldn't have known about it if we didn't sit there and, well, let me rephrase that. Y'all wouldn't have looked into it more if we didn't sit there and go, yeah, I see it too. I've also been seeing it here, so on and so forth. You guys 100% get the credit for being the ones to stand up, put your foot down, and be change. As a group. Just like with us, it's not all of your generation, but a good portion of it. Some of my generation, millennials, need to be woken up. And I will not argue that one. Just like some of y'all's generations need to be woken up. Because let's be real, y'all got Musk fanboys too. We have a lot more things in common than we have different. But it's our differences that make us strong. It's something a lot of people forget, and they need to not, because it's kind of important. So, I'm going to get the video playing. Honestly, I wish the mouse was working properly so I could just switch the two screens. Put this one down here and that one up there, because I look at it here. So when I look at the screen, it looks like I'm looking at the computer screen to you guys. And yeah, well. And when I actually look at the computer screen, yeah, it would just be better if it was switched around. I will eventually get to that. but not right now. Okay. So let's get this rolling. Where'd the mouse go? Oh, it's blending into everything. That's what. Oi! Now where'd it go? Oh, I hate touchpads so much.
Good for this toxic, corrupt system right now. All over the world, young people are protesting, revolting, demanding, and in many cases, actually achieving real change. And that's because you guys are just becoming way too dangerously smart for a system that relied on you being dumb, mindless sheep the way past generations were for centuries. You're asking all the right questions. And in this video, we got all the right answers for you. You see, this corrupt, exploitative system was all built on one sick, manipulative lie. Once we expose it, however, which we're soon about to do, you'll totally overcome this disrespectful society that once tried to break you. Let's get this show on the road. This is a whiteout, one of the deadliest natural disasters you could find yourself in. Here's how it happens. On a very chilly and snowy afternoon, heavy winds rapidly pick up out of nowhere, kicking the powdery snow up into the air. The snow on the ground blends in with the falling snow from the sky, and before you know it, all you see is white. Everywhere around you. You have no depth perception, no visual cues, no ability to even tell up from down or left from right. The average person caught in a whiteout will die of exposure within a matter of hours, and even the most skilled survival experts have trouble navigating this environment. But for a 70-year-old elderly Inuit tribesman, however, this is just another day at the office, a walk in the park, literally. He calmly and nonchalantly strolls through the whiteout back to the Inuit village with absolutely no issue whatsoever. Literally, just like you or I would walk to the store. How the hell is he able to do this? And more importantly, how does this relate to you and the horrible mental health crisis afflicting Gen Z today? Well, we're about to find out. The Inuit tribes are some of the strongest, most resilient people in all of human history. For over 5,000 years, they've lived and thrived in one of the harshest environments on Earth, the Arctic tundra. They've survived polar bears, year-round negative 60-degree weather, polar nights, a phenomenon where
Stream
you have
Element
4
says,
consecutive
find
months
me
of
in other
darkness
places
without
Discord,
any
Twitter,
sunlight.
YouTube,
Every
Steam,
single
Xbox,
winter.
and PlayStation
And of
Old
course,
Mage Guy on TikTok
deadly
as
whiteouts
Mage.
that would kill the most skilled survivalist within a matter of hours. And yet, despite these incredibly harsh natural conditions, they're remarkably one of the happiest and healthiest people on record. Depression, anxiety, suicide, all these mental health crises decimating Gen Z today were extraordinarily rare in Inuit tribes. Well, until about 1930, unfortunately, when something really, really bad happened that we'll talk about soon. Wage slavery. Inuit tribes had remarkably good mental health despite the incredibly harsh environmental conditions they lived in. Jean Briggs was a famous anthropologist in the 1960s who spent a year and a half living with an Inuit family in the Canadian Arctic. Her observations of daily Inuit life were shocking to say the least. They only worked 1 or 2 days per week to catch seals for food and spent the rest of their time playing games, telling stories, singing, and dancing. They had much more time for leisure than any of us could ever dream of. Most notably, however, she said that she never saw an Inuit adult get angry, not even one single time. So, I've made a lot of videos about hunter-gatherers before and how they had objectively far superior quality of life metrics compared to the average Gen Z today, constantly being beaten down and worn out by
I'm going to tell you a few things on that. The anger thing is directed towards children. They didn't get angry towards children whatsoever. And with life the way that they had it, there's a lot less to get angry about. Now, this is a prime example of a civilization that lived with the proper psychology, the proper way of going about things and thinking. They didn't sit there and fight over fucking supplies. They worked as a community. Whole civilization as a community. I mean, there are prime examples of how we are supposed to behave as humans in a natural sense, and why everything that's in place here in America and a lot of the other big civilized capitalistic states, more than likely, personally, I'd call them wastelands. And no, it doesn't create creativity. It creates destitute. It creates desperateness. It creates fear. It doesn't build, it destroys. Wage slavery is the result of ego. Somewhere at some point way back in time, someone said, I'm better. I'm better than everybody else. And they taught their kids to think that way too. And on, and on, and on. When they say money is the root of all evil, that's scarily accurate. Root of all evil that we know in as society. It can happen without it. Of course, we can create the same kind of society that the Inuits had with it. It all comes down to making sure that shit's fair. Shit's equal. That you don't demoralize people who are poor. Instead, you lift them up. And you don't worship people who are wealthy. You tax the fuck out of them. Because there's no reason that they should be hoarding the wealth of the civilization. They didn't make that wealth, the civilization did. That's not another member of the same civilization, the same group, same community. That's a thief.
Their exploitation wage slave jobs. Now, the common response I always get is, so, if you like it so much, why don't you just move there? You wouldn't survive 2 weeks in an igloo. Now, the problem with this response, however, is that you can throw their very own logic right back at them in the exact same manner. There are a few hunter-gatherer tribes still remaining today, and none of them want to join modern society either. If modern society and this wage slave system we live under is so much better, why do none of them voluntarily join us? There have been many attempts from governments around the world to kick them off their land and force them to join
Hinson Jackson
modern
says,
society.
"What's
if
up
the
now?"
9-to-5 wage slave system was so great, they would eagerly and happily
Just fighting with the computer still. Windows still hasn't gotten the mouse issue fixed. So, fighting with that, I'm cruising through YouTube,
Hinson
saw this
Jackson
video,
says,
and
damn Windows still messing up.
oh yeah, found this video, and it's like, okay, this is pretty accurate. There's a few spots that need to be touched on, but y'all are getting pretty close.
Hinson Jackson says, multi-billion-dollar company and don't get things done.
That they shouldn't. It shouldn't be. It's not natural whatsoever. You'll find that these tribes that don't want anything to do with civilization see what's wrong with it, and they don't do things anywhere near the same. There's a reason for it. And that's kind of what most of Gen Z and some of the millennials, including myself, have been noticing over the years and paying attention to. Because every single one of us is like this repetitive cycle of work, eat, sleep, isn't normal. It's not right. And it's making people mentally ill. Including raised suicide rates, raised alcoholism. This is something we've all been dealing with. This is something I've been talking about for some time.
Hinson Jackson says, facts.
So, yeah. Gen Z's, good portion of them are seeing it. And some of them are doing their research. Which of course makes me happy to see. Because I ain't been talking I ain't been talking for nothing.
Join. And yet, the exact opposite happens every single time. They passionately fight for their land and vehemently refuse. Despite their efforts to retain the God-given land they lived on for centuries, some of them are still sadly forced out, displaced, and coerced into these corporate 9-to-5 meat grinder jobs, just like the rest of us. The Inuit tribes are unfortunately a very sad tale of what happens next. Within one generation, this incredibly resilient tribe, who survived whiteouts, polar bears, negative 60-degree weather, and 4 consecutive months of darkness, spiraled into record levels of depression, alcohol abuse, and suicide. They survived the deadliest conditions of the Arctic for over 5,000 years, but once they were forced into the same horrible economic conditions Gen Z faces today, they even couldn't take it anymore. So to fully understand why, let's first take an epic journey through history. Part 1, the moralization of poverty. With the exception of hunter-gatherers, being poor has always sucked throughout history. There's no denying that. In fact, materially speaking, you could easily make an argument that being poor was far worse in past historical eras. Psychologically speaking, however, the last 200 to 300 years has been the absolute worst time to be poor, bar none. And this isn't even remotely debatable. This is because of a relatively recent and modern phenomenon known as the moralization of poverty. Now, what this means in basic plain English is that being poor doesn't just mean being poor anymore. Being poor means you're lazy, you're stupid, you're worthless, you're a loser. Poverty is and always has been a hell of a burden and challenge to overcome in and of itself, even without the moralization of poverty. But once you add that into the mix, poverty then goes from a manageable challenge to a nonstop, constant psychological torture chamber. Being poor in the past was simply being poor. Nothing more, nothing less. It wasn't a crime, an indictment on your character, proof that you're a horrible human being. None of that. This isn't a radical Marxist communist point of view either. This is literally how we did it for the overwhelming majority of human history. Let's start with my personal favorite era, the Roman Empire. Anyone with even basic grade school history knowledge knows that ancient Rome was far from a classless, egalitarian, communist utopia. It was heavily stratified, unequal, and hierarchical, and status-based. But here's the key difference. Status in ancient Rome wasn't based on wealth alone, and in a way it wasn't even based on wealth at all. Status was far more based on honor, dignity, and bravado. Sure, wealth definitely played a part in the equation, but it was seen more as a means to an end rather than the end itself. Case in point, most Roman landlords were constrained by social pressure, riot risk, and political consequences to provide actual affordable housing to the urban poor. Constrained is actually sugarcoating it quite a bit here, because if they ever raised rents too high, massive riots, protests, and civil unrest would follow, because people back then simply just didn't blame themselves for being poor. And the result was that the average rent back then only cost about 5 to 10 days worth of wages. Ancient Rome also had a proto-universal basic income system known as the Cura Annona, which we covered in depth in a previous video. Every male citizen was given a free grain subsidy funded by the state for over 600 years. Now, this is because both the elites and the people back then viewed it as the responsibility of the system to feed the very people that kept the system running. You simply just weren't looked down upon for being poor the way you are today. The hilarious thing about the Cura Annona, which I forgot to mention in my previous video, was that contrary to the constant shame, being a recipient of the Cura Annona was actually a symbol of immense pride and honor. Ancient Romans would literally inscribe on their tombstones that they were a proud recipient of the Cura Annona. Hey guys, you may have noticed we're getting very close to 50,000 subscribers now. This has always been a huge milestone in our eyes, so if you're new here and enjoying this content, definitely consider subscribing and helping us get closer to this big magic number. Thanks a bunch, you guys are the best. Zakat is one of the key 5 pillars of Islam. It's the Arabic word for giving to the needy. But in Islamic Caliphate, it wasn't just a religious belief, it was literally an economic policy as well. A state-managed, obligatory religious 2.5% tax on wealth. Not on income, mind you, on wealth. Assets like savings, livestock, gold, and crops, for example. Much like the wealth tax on billionaires we're seeing Gen Z and millennials call for today. Rich Muslims had to pay into this crucial pillar of Islam for wealth redistribution, purifying wealth, and funding social welfare, with its collection and distribution managed by the ruler or appointed officials. This function evolved from the Prophet's era into state policy, playing a huge role in governance and social justice. Now, some boomers in the comments might argue that it's because we moralize poverty today that we have it so much better. Better technology, living standards, and innovation than they did. That our superior modern life is proof that demonizing poor people motivated them to go out, work hard, and advance society. Now, we kind of already proved this totally wrong with the Roman Empire. The Romans were incredibly technologically advanced for their time. They built all kinds of incredible technologies, architecture, and infrastructure, some of which still rivals modern cities 2,000 years later. They clearly were not a bunch of lazy bums sitting on their asses doing nothing all day. But our next example proves them wrong even further. Song Dynasty China is widely regarded by many historians as by far the best time to be alive in the pre-modern era. It was an absolute golden age for art, science, technology, and economic growth. Most of the working class had modest homes and even courtyards, and it was commonplace for people to just nonchalantly leave their doors unlocked, as food and resources were so abundant that there was literally no need to steal. The Song Dynasty was heavily influenced by Confucianism, which emphasized social harmony over individual blame. Famine and poverty was largely seen as the failure of the ruler and of the system, and not of the individual. Massive food granaries were built and maintained because poverty and hunger were seen as a systemic flaw and not an individual failure, once again. At this point, I'm sure a lot of boomers and corporate chills are going to be screaming communist in the comments. But the reality is that these systems existed for thousands of years long before communism. You can cry about it being
Yup.
communist all you want, but then you're gonna run into a massive, massive problem. These three past historical eras were massively prosperous and successful. If you want to make the case that they were communist, then that would throw your entire communism has never worked narrative totally
Right
out
out
the
the
window.
window.
Now, these three historical eras come from vastly, vastly different cultures, religions, time periods, and economic systems. And yet, they all seem to universally converge on one key point of agreement. The moralization of poverty is just complete bullshit. The idea of shaming the poor, kicking them while they're down, brainwashing and gaslighting them into believing it's their fault. It is not normal. It is not okay. It is never how we did it for the overwhelming majority of history. It is a pure modern phenomenon and it's total BS. It's time we put an end to it. And I really have faith that Gen Z will be the generation to ultimately do it. And now it's time to go back to our elderly Inuit tribesman. Part 3. How did he get back? So let's go back to the question of how. How does a 70-year-old elderly Inuit tribesman calmly and nonchalantly stroll back to the village in the face of a blinding, deadly whiteout that would kill even the most skilled survivalists in a matter of hours? The answer is some insane, real-life, legit, mind-blowing Jedi mind tricks. So, when the wind picks up in the
Nothing mind trick
Arctic,
about
it
it.
leaves directional ridges in the snow that all point one way or another. The elderly Inuit tribesman, having been in this environment for so long, is able to feel these ridges on his feet based on sensation alone and reorient himself to the sense of direction. He calibrates where he was and where he needs to go based on these snow ridges alone, and just like that, he's able to casually stroll back to the village as if nothing had happened. This is just a small tip of the iceberg. No pun intended, by the way, of just how insanely strong, resilient, and badass the Inuits are. For thousands of years, they learned to battle and fight off polar bears. They survived the deadliest natural disasters like whiteouts with ease. They survived and thrived in temperatures so cold, your breath literally freezes in the air. Clearly, they're not a bunch of lazy, soft, and entitled snowflakes. Once again, no pun intended. So this begs the question, what happens when we subject one of the most badass tribes in history to the same moralization of poverty that's destroying Gen Z's mental health today? The non-stop, endless bullshit pressure to get a job, to work your ass off, to sacrifice your entire life and well-being just to be exploited as a wage slave for corporate profits. Well, we don't have to speculate on this because unfortunately, this did actually happen to them. And it's a very, very sad story. Part 4, the consequences of the moralization of poverty. In the 1930s, the Canadian government began forcibly relocating the Inuit tribes into modern cities and settlements completely against their will and without their consent. They separated families, coerced them into cities and settlements. They went as far as mass slaughtering hundreds of Inuit sled dogs to permanently cut them off from their ability to travel, hunt, and fish, and live the way they used to. And of course, this was all done under the guise of progress and modernity. The Inuits were a cooperative, egalitarian hunter-gatherer society before all this happened. They were measurably happy, healthy.
Traditional dropshipping is dead. What we need to do is register with AutoDS. The quickest, easiest, newest, and best of all, cheapest way to get started dropshipping. Now, to get started with this, the first thing we need to do is, of course, sign up with AutoDS, and then I'm gonna click on Add Store down here. And
Oh
then
my
we're gonna
God.
choose the build with AI. And then AI is gonna start to
Fucking
build a
son.
store for us. AutoDS is not only gonna give us our AI pre-built store in our specified niche, it's also going to give us a few winning products to go along with that store and providing us a lot of extra tools. It's just so much easier. Really, it's the new way of dropshipping. It's the new way to get started.
And free. Life, of course, was not always easy, but they had meaning, purpose, and community. They set their own schedules, worked when they wanted, and had plenty of time for leisure and hobbies. Within one generation, they were forced into the same wage slave corporate meat grinder hellscape that us Gen Z and millennials are forced to live under. The effects on the Inuit were instant, immediate, and horrible. Being forced into modern wage slavery with bosses constantly looking over their shoulders, soulless repetitive spreadsheets, robotic clock in clock out schedules. They were absolutely devastated under this new economic system the exact same way we are. Over the course of the next few decades, researchers broadly and consistently found that Inuit populations across Canada, Greenland, and Alaska experienced massive surges in depression, burnout, anxiety, and hopelessness. Almost word for word, exactly like the mental health crisis Gen Z faces today. Suicide and alcohol abuse rates skyrocketed, especially amongst young men. Does this sound familiar? Now I want to be very clear about one thing. The message here is not that the Inuits couldn't adapt to the modern wage slave system because they were lazy and primitive. Clearly, they were not. Again, they survived the most brutal and dangerous natural conditions that would kill any modern person within a matter of hours. The point here is that the exploitative wage slave system and the moralization of poverty itself is so broken, corrupt, and rotten to the core that both the most badass survivors of the Arctic and modern Gen Z and millennials alike both absolutely hate it, can't stand it, and want nothing to do with it, and are being forced into it against our will with devastating effects on our mental health and well-being. The final straw that broke the backs of the Inuit wasn't blinding whiteouts, deadly polar bears, brutal negative 60-degree weather, or 4 consecutive months of darkness. It was the moralization of poverty. This idea that your entire worth as a human being is based on your wage. The idea that your life is worthless if you're not being exploited for corporate profits. That you're somehow lazy, unskilled, or unworthy if you don't make a lot of money. This is a uniquely modern and delusional boomer worldview. Every other culture and civilization in the history of the world would say it's total, absolute bullshit, and we just proved it here. And once you realize this, you can give yourself permission to reject it, and you'll feel a whole lot better about yourself instantly after you do so.
You want to file free? Hit it.
Seriously? You fucking cock.
Folks in that community, that I have their back, and I mean that. And when I say we're coming back, we'll be back every single day to defend our values in this historic project.
Nobody asked for that.
Established 250 years ago. We believe in the rule of law.
Ain't nobody asked you to play that. Where does that even come from? At least it's from Midas. Stopping fentanyl. Oh my god. War on drugs was never a war on drugs. Yeah, once again, I didn't ask. I am not there yet.
Getting so sick and tired of those thorn bushes.
Smart ass in me goes, you're getting sick and tired of thorn bushes. Imagine how thorn bushes feel about you. Nah. I hate the touchpad. Touchpad mouse usage is fucking bullshit. If I could fucking sue Windows, I could. Or if I could sue Windows, I would. Blah.
It's Sunday, February 1, 2026. I'm Anthony Davis. Welcome to The Weekend Show, where we make the time to consider the news of the week. You can support my work and independent journalism at patreon.com/5minutenews. Is a licensed mental health professional and therapist with a PhD in organizational psychology. He's also known as the cult expert, having successfully extracted himself from one in the 1970s. He's the author of 4 books, including The Cult of Trump. Dr. Stephen Hassan, welcome back to The Weekend Show.
Thanks so much, Anthony. I love your work, and always a pleasure to reconnect with you on your show, which is fantastic.
Stephen, since we last spoke, we made a lot of predictions about where America might find itself if it subscribed to the re-election of Trump and how his regime this time around would be unleashed. And as we speak, we seem to be in the midst of an uncivil war with Minnesota literally looking like a war zone with ICE and border agents causing an enormous amount of discomfort to people, not least the murder of 2 American citizens. This has caused shockwaves right around the country, of course. But really my first question talks about this feeling that we are all experiencing, that this age of Trumpism is not just political, it's an emotional ordeal. And it settles into our nervous system and has reshaped how we think and feel and imagine the future. Is there a word to describe this kind of collective depression or funk or sense of grief that we are all experiencing right now?
Wow. So let me say that the word, and it's part of psychological warfare, is demoralization. And it's a technique that's been used by the CIA and us on other countries we didn't like, and it's been used by Russia and China and Iran and Nazis and others on us to polarize us. So the idea, Anthony, is that we're in a coup. We're under psychological warfare siege through the media and social media, and people are realizing that things are not normal. A lot of people were in wishful thinking land, that because the first Trump presidency didn't destroy everything, it was terrible, but a lot of the bad got undone. They were wishful thinking it was going to be the same. And we knew, us experts tracking, that Opus Dei and Heritage Foundation Project 2025, the Supreme Court hack of Opus Dei, we knew this was going to be horrible, and it's living up to our expectations. But basically, I want to say I'm more hopeful now than I have been. It's been a year since he took over in power. It's 5 years since the violent coup attempt, and we had some hearings recently, and thank God for Jack Smith speaking truth to power. And shame on the Supreme Court for giving Donald Trump, kingly immunity and shadow docketing, all of these horrible permissions to do war on the American people. But I'm happy to say that while people are exhausted and they're getting really, really worried and are skeptical, a lot of great people are stepping up. And I'd love to see more leadership from the opposition, and I'd love to see messaging that harvests all the disillusioned MAGA people, because there's a whole lot of them, and a lot of good can be done if we just get our act together.
The professor at Columbia University, Kevin J. Dougherty, he published a paper a couple of weeks ago entitled "The Politics of Emotions in the Age of Trumpism," which argued that the understanding the present moment requires taking emotions seriously, not as distortions of politics, but as its driving force. And amongst those emotions, he describes that loss stands out as especially pervasive. I am feeling this, you know, my wife is feeling this, the people I interact with are all feeling this. And, I think that loss and grief is an area that we wouldn't immediately associate with the moment. But actually it does quite a good job of describing that kind of aching pain that we are currently living with. And maybe it's the case that the difference in MAGA Republicans in this moment who still support the Trump regime and everybody else is empathy. Empathy for people being abducted, empathy for cities being swarmed with military personnel, and that sadness, that sense of loss for the democracy.
Yeah. So let me say the human species has succeeded so incredibly because of trust and because we are social beings and emotional beings. A lot of people walk around with the incorrect belief that we're rational. We're not rational. We rationalize, but we're emotional and social beings. And the malignant narcissists, the Donald Trumps and many in his administration, one of the characteristics of this psychopathological personality trait is weren't black, they weren't Hispanic, and Alex Preddy in particular was an ICU nurse at the VA helping veterans, and it's pissed off so many MAGA vets, so many people in law enforcement, because their lives depend on critical care nursing and such. So I really want people to start doing good inventory on their mental health. I want people to understand that when you're online 8 to 10 hours a day, all of this social media content is aimed at emotional manipulation, outrage, disgust, anger, or love and compassion too, but a lot of outrage and disgust, if it bleeds, it leads, is the old media expression. And we need to really pay attention to our time. How much time do we need to be emotionally manipulated online? And I want to call out, we need people like you, Anthony, who care about facts, who want to be accountable for what you're sharing. We need experts that we can rely on for factual information to give us direction on how to move forward in a way to try to flip the elections from what Trump wants, which is no elections, or infiltrated elections and taking away ballot boxes and making the post. Did you hear about the post office will no longer postmark? That's going to affect mail-in voting.
That's a big problem if your postmark is past the date.
I just want to say a few more things, if I may, Anthony. People need to sleep 7 to 9 hours. And most people are sleep deprived. And sleep deprivation is one of the most common brainwashing techniques in my BITE model of authoritarian control. As a Moonie, and you mentioned that I was in a cult in the 70s, as a Moonie, I was sleeping 3 to 4 hours a night, 7 days a week. So my critical faculties were not online at all. And if people are not getting 7 to 9 hours, you need to do lifestyle changes. Things like turn off your phone an hour to 2 before bedtime, go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time. Best to wake up with light, exercise. First thing in the morning, don't turn on your phone. Listen to music.
I advise people to charge it in the other room. Don't charge it next to the bed, because there is that temptation, because there's always something there, the doom scrolling that we often describe, that you can find yourself waking up for the bathroom and then doom scrolling for an hour at 3 a.m. It's so unhealthy.
No, I don't. So I not only turn it off, but I put mine in a Faraday bag. And if your people don't know what a Faraday bag is, your phone, even when you turn it off, is not off, and it's sending signals all the time. But this cuts the link. And so I carry a Faraday bag. I put my iPad in it, my MacBook Pro in it, because I don't want me to be online all the time. I don't want to be tracked all the time. And we're in a situation where Palantir and Thiel are, and Musk hacked all of our private data, gave it to Russia, according to a whistleblower who said the information got uploaded to a Russian IP address when he was doing his Doge slashing. So we're in a different reality, but we're going to get through this. There's no option, in my opinion, especially if you care, you have children, you have grandchildren. I'm a parent, you're a parent. We have to be making choices that are smart and wise, and where we can look at ourselves in the mirror and feel like we're contributing in a constructive way, even if it's a little bit every day. And so amplifying positive, powerful messages is good. I'm a big believer in a gratefulness practice, a wonder practice, which is about looking and remembering awe. Like when you went to the Grand Canyon and saw it for the first time. For me, scuba diving and being underwater in underwater reefs that were gorgeous. These are the things that make us human. Our people we love. We need to pay attention to recharging our batteries. If we're low on batteries, time to recharge,
Right.
not do more.
Part of the problem, as I see it, and we've experienced this in the last couple of weeks, is an extreme level of gaslighting from the Trump regime that makes us feel like we're going mad. And I want to talk specifically about this contradiction, contradicting things we see with our own eyes regarding Alex Pretty and Renee Good, with the fact that we have these videos. We've all watched them from multiple angles. And then to hear Kristi Noem come out and say, believe what I say, not what you see. That they were domestic terrorists, that they attacked, that he was brandishing a gun. Literal stuff that did not happen. And
Stream Elements says, find me in other places:
DHS
Discord,
secretary to say it
Twitter,
with a straight
YouTube,
face.
Steam, Xbox, and
Then
PlayStation.
for it
Old
to be
Mage Guy on
repeated
TikTok as
by
Mage.
Stephen Miller and all of the individuals. I mean, even Donald Trump initially was saying the same thing, parroting these scripts that make us feel like we have been deceived in some way. What is that? I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of insight as to what they are doing there, because it's not normal and we should not normalize it.
Right. So first, let me just say, Gaslight, if you haven't seen the 1940s film, was a film about a woman married, a wealthy woman, I should add, married to a guy who wanted her fortune and was trying to make her believe she was crazy. And part of it back then was there was gas lights in houses. Believe it, we're aging ourselves out. But the point is that she realized, because someone from the outside said, no, the lights are going on and off. And she realized, I'm not crazy. What I'm seeing is true, right? So it's about reality testing. The next point I want to make is that this is a very established propaganda mind control technique by authoritarians to make people question themselves and not them. But the cure is what's called meta-commenting, meaning talking to yourself. And now I'm going to quote a former FBI trainer who said when he was training people to go undercover, he would teach them social psychological techniques to expect to be done on them. And he said to his trainees, when you can name it, you can claim it. And it was...
Wait a minute. No. Okay.
It's just about time to eat.
So, what he just said down there. Metacognition. Yeah. I know about it pretty well. It's actually a tool used in the psychological framework I published. And essentially what he just said is this is part of the mental training they use for shit like PSYOPs.
Did those raiders come snooping around?
The purpose of making the one being trained mentally stronger. So, yeah, that kind of caught me off guard because I thought myself.
A brilliant way of describing what works, which is saying to yourself, that's a lie. They're gaslighting us. This is psychological warfare. Every time you hear a lie, say to yourself, that's a lie. Why? Because now we have neuroscientists who are tracking our brain reactions to lies. And remember, Goebbels and the big lie and repeating the lie over and over again. Now we know that with neuroscience that when the brain hears a lie over and over and over and over again, it starts to act as if it's true.
So you're describing the illusory truth effect, as I understand it.
The brain starts thinking it's true, unless when the coding is coming in and you're saying bull crap.
Yeah, unless you call it out.
And I suppose if we are compromised because we're exhausted and we haven't had enough sleep and we are traumatized and we are depressed, that it's in that physical and mental state, it is even harder to kind of have a kind of clear picture of what is true and what is false.
Yes, except that we're not living in a post-truth world. That's a propaganda line. Truth still matters. Science matters. Physics matters. And we need moral values, and we need to be in our bodies in the here and now. And the way to stop the brainwashing that's happening in mass online is to understand yourself, to know your values, to have clarity about it, but especially to understand the techniques that are being used on us and name them and claim them. Because for me, people love reading The Cult of Trump because I offered an explanatory framework. This was not coming out of the blue. This was based on 50 years of plus lived experience. I mean, I was literally in the room. You've heard me say this before, Anthony, on previous broadcasts. I was in the room with Moon in 1974. He said, democracy is satanic. God wants a theocracy. We're going to infiltrate the government. We're going to eventually take over the government. We're going to take over the world.
The
We're
being
going to
out there
amend the
doesn't want
Constitution and make it
theocracy.
a capital offense for people who violate our rules.
He actually
And
says
I
that's
thought it was a
horribly
great
wrong.
thing as a brainwashed Moonie. And when I woke up and got out, I was because I was educated about the Holocaust. I understood. I read 1984. I read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. But it happened to me, and that's part of my passion to tell the public, stop thinking it only happens to uneducated people who are not smart. Understand it's a feature of the human species to adapt.
But here's the thing,
tricks.
is that we're all experiencing it now. You know, I too have studied the Second World War, and the one gap in my knowledge was always understanding how Germans were converted into Nazis and were kind of taken down this very dark road that led to the Holocaust. And I actually seem to kind of get it now. Now that I'm seeing ICE agents behaving in the way that they are, being given this moral authority and blanket immunity, and being able to be masked as well. I mean, interestingly, Nazi officers were rarely masked, and there's the first difference. But it will get to that point if something doesn't change in the meantime.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, when Kristi Noem tells us that Alex Pretty was brandishing a gun, and they were very specific, 9mm, 2 cartridges, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
The reality was it was in a holster on his back. He never took it out. He has a license for concealed and open carry. It's legal in Minnesota. There's no issue here. He took it to a protest because only 2 weeks ago a woman was executed at point blank range. And if you are a gun user or a gun owner, then I kind of don't blame you to want to protect yourself and exercise your Second Amendment right. But when Kristi Noem told us the opposite of what we saw, does she know that she's lying? Is it done with intent? Or is she so brainwashed into the cult of Trump that she is just operating as maybe a German officer may have been, and is just, her complicity is so total that she doesn't realize that she's operating outside the walls of reality?
So I don't know her, so I can only speculate based on my life experience, and especially when I was in the Moonies, and I do think the cult of Trump operates like a mind control authoritarian cult. When I was in the Moonies and being told to lie, I had been trained into a mindset of us versus them, good versus evil, and black and white, etc. And I was taught to do thought-stopping techniques whenever a doubt was arising in my consciousness, like, this is not true.
Right.
Why am I lying? I was taught to perceive it was demons invading my mind and my soul. So I would chant, crush Satan, glory to heaven, peace on earth, etc. And I was also kept so busy that there was never any time to kick back and reflect and go, is this really what I want to do? Am I enjoying my life? So that you're putting out, fire after fire after fire. That said, she knows that, because it just happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she knows that if she speaks out and criticizes, she's out. And she's a traitor, no less. And then to expect death threats from the Russian bots and whatever other MAGA people. So it's a mindset. But I don't know her. I don't know who she was prior. I think the average, American and citizen of the world likes to think that people were born evil, and some people are born without empathy, and they have this severe attachment disorder, as Donald Trump did, as I documented in my book. But the more important thing is that I really want the public to see the technique that they're lying and call it out. That's a blatant lie. How can we follow and trust the administration on anything? That's the messaging I want to hear over and over and over again. And I'm so happy celebrities are speaking out. Bruce Springsteen just wrote a song. I love Bruce Springsteen, the boss, from New Jersey, I should add. But what I want to see is more celebrities amplifying former MAGAs who are now speaking up.
Right.
I would love to see them pairing, like learning from them and amplifying them, because I think we can get a lot more people out of the cult of Trump.
We could, yes.
Joining the rest of us, but family and friends need to get past their anger and trauma, because so many people have blocked or muted, not invited family members who've gone MAGA to family events.
Yeah.
And I've been saying from the beginning, love is stronger than mind control. Understand, if you attack the leader, the doctrine, or the policy of a cult head on, you're just going to drive the cult identity deeper in, and to make the cult identity believe they're being persecuted. The better thing is open-ended, warm things like, forgive me, I want you back in my life, let's not talk politics. If you want to talk politics, I'll listen. But learn to be a good listener and then ask questions. Like, how are you feeling about the situation with Alex Preddy? Open-ended, hear what they say, because they may happily surprise you.
Or how has your life improved with a year of Donald Trump in office?
And that might work, and that might be feeling like a set-up question by a professional interviewer.
Yeah. Apologies.
But the bottom line, though, is that the brainwashing doesn't erase your core self.
Yeah.
That's what I want everyone to understand. If there are friends or family that have gone MAGA on you and you've given up hope, change your belief system, please, and welcome people, because people are going to be leaving, and we need to organize, and we need to get a messaging campaign that's effective. And for me, calling it as it is, I'm utterly convinced that Russia recruited Donald Trump in the 80s, according to Yuri Shvets, Craig Unger's books, and his own behavior. I mean, the guy came back from his first visit in Moscow and took out a full-page ad in the New York Times against NATO. It was not in his mind before he went to Moscow the first time. Like, look at the behaviors, not what he says, but the actual behaviors.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Well, you may not know that on Thursday it was announced that Trump has added a framed photo of himself standing with Vladimir Putin to the White House decor. This is in the Palm Room, which connects the West Wing to the executive residence. Shows a framed image of Trump and Putin at the summit in Alaska
and
last
some of
August.
my experts that I rely on, people like Dave Troy and others, told me that Putin was getting fed up with Trump not doing exactly as he was told, and it was Putin pushing, we got to push the Epstein files and start weaning Americans off of Trump because he's not a reliable puppet anymore. And so I see that as trying to give a bone back to the dog and say, don't get rid of me yet.
Right.
But the Epstein files, I need to mention them.
Yes.
Trump is all over them. Last I saw was 13,000 mentions, and they all haven't been
and
shared.
only 1 or 2% of the files have been released, and so the concern, it seems, is that Trump will even go as far as invading another country or capturing its leader to distract from the Epstein files.
That's another thing I want to say to the public. Most normal people can't imagine the mind of a cult leader. They can't imagine the malignant narcissism. I interviewed a psychologist and neuroscientist on my podcast, Cults, Culture, and Coercion. Hope you don't mind I plugged it. But Frank George taught a whole course on pathological narcissism.
Massive Command Mentherk £2 says, viewers **** at XB27 Usions.
He's like, we have to understand his brain is not like ours, and it's all about him. So if he's trying to stay in power, he will do anything.
Well, he was asked about the murders of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, and he said that he felt more for Renee Good because her parents were Trump fans, and he referred to himself in the third person, which he does, and
an IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the U.S., and IQ of 115 to 145 is considered high.
Yeah, no. In the US, an IQ of 85 to 100 is considered average. 101 plus, or 101 to 115 being above average, and so on. Sadly, the American IQ system is a smaller scale. And that's not the fault of the American people. That is the fault of the American government.
And an
And a few
IQ
psychologists.
145 is considered genius. Are you curious?
Yeah, well, don't call me a genius. I'm no fool. I know what that word means, and I see a lot deeper than that.
And that's why he kind of, he somehow managed to make the execution of 2 American citizens all about him. And that tells you everything you need to know about how unwell and compromised this creature really is.
Yes.
And
It really
honestly,
does.
I really think people who are close to GOP politicians, sons, daughters, sisters, brothers, aunts, uncles, need to be messaging to GOP people. This is a profoundly unfit to serve person in the White House, and that he can destroy the world
Yes.
if he's not stopped by the people around him.
Well, I've said a few times on my programs now that I fear that he's the type of person who thinks he could win a nuclear war.
Yeah.
And that is the problem, isn't it? That, let's talk a little bit about the psychology of Trump just for a moment, because there are 2 lanes here. There's the personality disorder, the malignant narcissism that you've described, and him just being a terrible person. Maybe we can put that into that category as well. But the other one is dementia. And this is something that he actually kind of spoke about it the other day, was referring to his father and all that thing, but he wasn't specific. And dementia is hereditary. His father had dementia, and so we are seeing these kind of clear sundowning events. So how do we recognize the difference between him with his personality disorder on one hand and the dementia on the other? Because if we use him confusing Iceland and Greenland in his speech at Davos, he got it wrong 3 or 4 times in one or 2
speech,
sentences,
yeah.
and kept saying Iceland when he meant Greenland. Is that dementia, or is that just his incompetence? Which category do these issues fall into?
I'm not a neuroscientist, but neuroscientists I trust, like Frank George, how they describe it is that with dementia, the critical executive functioning part of our brain is getting less and less control over the personality disorder. So that's how it's best explained to me. He's not going to get healthier.
Which makes sense with what we've seen.
And so the question is, are people going to blindly follow him?
I say data, I mean pattern as well. I don't have any other data.
As well as the future of the world.
It's data behavior.
Again, I want people who are listening to this to understand, get past the I can't believe this is happening phase, the disbelief.
I can agree
This
with
is
that one.
reality, and we're either going to fight, flee, freeze, or fawn. Fawn means join MAGA. In my opinion, not an option. Freeze.
Do nothing.
Fight is our only option, and I don't mean violently. I mean with our voices, with our money, with our time, and we need to spend more time with human beings in real life, not online pursuing influencers who may be bots.
Yes. Because, I mean, that's something that people say all the time in the comments to a lot of our commentary is, yes, you know, the analysis is all very well, but what can we actually do about it? And I suppose because fascism hasn't really presented itself in the US for a while, people are not equipped to know how to take this on. And or even how to recognize it in the first place. I mean, the other problem we have is that the media is now complicit, it seems, and media ownership has obviously changed over time, and now Donald Trump and his henchmen pretty much control much of the mainstream media. And then even social media like Meta, for example, which is Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, you know, that all falls under Facebook, and Facebook is effectively now working for MAGA too. So we are kind of in a difficult place to see the difference, you know, to get any clarity when there are these obstacles. So let's just look at that for a second, what we can do. And your description, these 4 options are certainly very helpful. So let's say that we do choose the fight. Could we talk a little bit more about what that looks like? Obviously, as you describe, it's non-violent protest. But, you know, is there something else that people can do? Maybe because you mentioned use our money. A lot of people don't have a disposable income to use. So how do people put their best foot forward when they're facing this kind of fascist takeover of government?
So we live in a complex system world, meaning that it's not a linear solution. It's a multi-tiered solution, and there are some people who are influencers who have a bigger audience, etc. There are some people who have more money that is disposable, that can be used for good. And we need to be thinking about, like, I hear, I don't know about you, Anthony, but I hear from people saying, hey, Steve, you should be on Joe Rogan's show. And I'm like, I was on his show 10 years ago. I asked him to come back on, and he didn't want me back on. And I recently emailed, but you should be messaging Joe Rogan. Hey, have Steve Hassan back on, the guy who wrote The Cult of Trump. We want to hear him. If he gets 30,000 messages to have me on, I bet he'd have me on. You know, so that's like an inexpensive use of people's time. If you have read my book and you understand my values and what I'm trying to teach, that could be really, really helpful. But just organizing locally, go to your library, take out a room, talk to your neighbors. We're going to get together and talk about what we can do. Some people organize a book club. But the idea is to gather community in real life with people that can watch your back, because when times get hard, we need neighbors. And we are facing a loneliness epidemic, and I think it's largely post-pandemic social media addiction that's been happening.
Trump, just to go back to it for a second, also confused the words peace and war. Now, this could be a problem, as I'm sure you can appreciate. There's always talk of the 25th Amendment and this kind of stuff, and I've always said that I don't think the Republicans in Congress or in the Senate especially would kind of ratify that, because there is this allegiance to the regime. And we've seen very few defectors. Occasionally, people like Rand Paul obviously are prepared to speak out. But in the main, the brainwashing has also gone on within the Republican Party. And whilst, the Supreme Court clearly wouldn't remove Trump because they are also complicit, but the Republicans could. and make some change. They're not saying that what comes after Trump would necessarily be any better, but it certainly might help kind of break down that cult if the leader is no longer at the head. Could we just talk to the brainwashing or the pressure campaign or the leverage that Trump has over Republicans in Congress for a moment? Why is there no, this kind of subordination thing? Why is there nobody that's prepared to recognize and see the destruction of the Republic and want to deal with that?
Well, I want to get back to Citizens United, which is talk about a brainwashing use of words. It's the opposite. It's corporations unleashed, for dark money. And a lot of politicians rely on dark money to get elected. And so they feel beholden to their donors, not just the Trump. And a lot of the donors downstream from Trump are the same people. So there's that element. The question, though, is if they really realize that they're helping to destroy democracy and destroy human rights, they should resign. If they, seriously, that's an option. Then they may say, but my career, but honestly, will you have a career? Will you have a country? And there will be no end to purges as authoritarians get control. Look at what happens in authoritarian countries when anybody threatens the powers that are in
But
charge.
we are almost there, Stephen, aren't we? That's the problem. So when you say, when we look to authoritarian countries, I'm looking at America now. And America
Europe thinks we're there.
That's
there
right.
was finally, the European leaders are finally realizing that we're in a. I loved Mark Carney's speech. I think he really nailed it. I think it was the third standing ovation in Davos history.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
in Trump's speech, people were walking out and it didn't really hold water, which infuriated him.
But the European leaders are our allies, the opposition here, and there should be coordination happening, and I'm not sure that there is. But I've been recently asked to speak at a conservative gathering called Principles First in February, and I looked at the speakers, George Conway, Adam Kinzinger, Adam Walsh, a lot of people from the Bulwark and others, and Rich Logis, who is leaving MAGA, is going to be speaking, and I want to be there. Thank you for inviting me. And I want people to understand that this is really about planetary survival, about human rights, rule of law, science matters, truth matters. And if you read their principles, I believe in all of them, like things like the Constitution. We should follow and the Bill of Rights. And
well, those are things that Donald Trump doesn't really know what they are, as we've discovered. But is there, because I'm starting to realize that when we hear this phrase, it's un-American. It's un-American to put troops on the streets. It's un-American to treat people of color in this way, to kidnap people and separate families and, to send people to concentration camps. It's un-American to brandish weapons and all that. But I'm kind of starting to think that actually it's entirely American. And that America has always been the Wild West. And that if you were to...
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases.
Interrogate those MAGA Republicans in Congress who are complicit not just to their donors, but also to Trump. That they don't believe in human rights, and they don't believe in democracy. And actually a huge part of that former conservative movement, I don't really refer to them as conservatives anymore, is that they do not subscribe to this kind of liberal vision of the world where empathy and kindness and support and love for others counts for anything. It's all about money, and it's all about white supremacy and not much else.
So Well, I grew up in the American dream, right? And I wanted to believe that America was just and post-World War II, etc. I was in the last draft lottery to Vietnam, and by the age of 16, I was realizing I don't believe in this war in Vietnam. I think they're lying to us. They're dropping the Agent Orange and everything else. So, and I just want to add, I was invited to Moscow when the Soviet Union fell by psychiatrists and psychologists, Anthony, because so many cults were going into Russia and they wanted to get a handle on what's with these Western cults. So I was presenting to the mental health experts, and their reaction was, but Dr. Hassan, you're describing the whole system of pedagogy of the Soviet Union. And Dr. Hassan, don't you understand? We would put dissidents into psychiatric facilities for speaking critically about the regime. And long story short, I said, if the shoe fits. And what I came to learn was that by being there, and I got to meet people who had never met an American, and they were raised to fear us, that we were going to nuke them. And I started riffing on how I believed in my government, and then I learned about the Vietnam War. I learned they lied to us, and there was just recently a brilliant documentary on Seymour Hersh called Cover Up, and he covered the My Lai massacre and a number of other things. But it brought me back to the 70s, and yeah, we really did a lot of bad things.
Well, Iraq and Afghanistan were pretty bad as well, and
right. But that's not a reason to want to end this experiment in democracy and forget about the aspirations of what liberal progressivism is about. I want women's rights. I want gay rights. I want to respect indigenous rights. I want minority religions to be respected.
But all of those things that you just listed are on the chopping block. All of them.
And that's why there's not an option to just binge watch, Netflix. But we really need to be spending every day some time and energy to contributing to the resistance. I'd like to call out Ann Nelson. I don't know if you've had her recently on your show, but I did a live stream with Ann. She's written books on resistance of Germans during the Nazi regime. And I had no knowledge of this until I read her books. There were 3 million German citizens who weren't publicly critical of Hitler, but were doing everything they could to gum up the works, to sabotage, and to give intel to the enemies of Germany. And some 300,000 out of 3 million were found by the Gestapo and executed. But I had no idea there was an organized resistance during the Nazi regime. I think we need to be thinking, if we can't win this election, get the Congress back, get the Senate back, and win 2028 in a free and fair election, we're going to need to be thinking about how we're going to resist this. And it may be people are moving states, moving to Massachusetts, to California, to New York, etc., as a protectorate, because that's how we're different than Germany. Germany was tiny compared to the United States.
There is some comfort in knowing that there are more of us than there are of them. And even though there are 10,000 potential ICE agents coming online soon, they still don't outnumber the civilians who are on the right side of history. And whilst that will obviously cause skirmishes, and I don't doubt that more people will be executed in the street. 9 people now have died in ICE custody, but I have no doubt that there will be many more, because there doesn't seem to be any de-escalation. There was this whole fake thing with moving Bovino out and bringing Homan in to Minnesota, but there's been no de-escalation. And so it suggests to me, I actually saw a video of Tom Homan at a Turning Point USA event doing the Nazi salute at least half a dozen times. This is what we're dealing with. I've been criticized by some for saying that these people are Nazis, not neo-Nazis, but they do have and are displaying Nazi tendencies, not least the Nazi salute that we've seen from Elon Musk and Laura Ingraham and Tom Homan and Steve Bannon.
I didn't know about Ingraham doing it.
A lot of this mentality is about white supremacy, the kind of the eugenics, and that America is for Americans and Americans only. I'm quoting Stephen Miller there. This is a real problem, isn't it? Because what ICE is really doing is ethnic cleansing now. They've criminalized asylum. They've run out of criminals to deport, so now they're looking beyond criminals to anybody of color and anybody who gets in the way of somebody being abducted.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's so many things I want to say, but I guess essentially what I want to say is any Jew that is supporting Trump and MAGA is going to have a rude awakening, because the Christian nationalists don't view Judaism as a legitimate religious tradition.
No, they don't.
And they're in cahoots with the religious extremists in the Netanyahu administration, which I put in the cult of Trump as part of the bad actors, influenced by Russia, I would add, etc. So I think we need to come back to values like the Abrahamic tradition of having your tent open for any stranger to get water and food and comfort,
right?
Because you may need someone to give you food and water and comfort someday in the future. That's the future of humanity, is realizing we need each other, and this kind of identity politics and cleansing anyone that isn't like the ruling power. It's never going to work. And America is a country of immigrants. Let's face it. We invaded the indigenous people and wiped them out.
Right. Well, Trump has immigrant ancestry, and he's married to an immigrant, and his ex-wife was an immigrant. And I mean, this is the hypocrisy that so many of that there's so much kind of Irish blood in the and Cuban blood.
Stream Elements
says,
find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Thing, and they have bigger platforms than us. But I'm talking with a Hispanic expert and consultant who has been saying the Hispanics are waking up who voted for Trump. Even though they were in mega churches and their pastor said God chose Trump, they're seeing their loved ones captured and they're living in fear. There's a lot of people really waking up from the trance and the programming. So I guess I'm biased, Anthony. I'd rather be positive and hopeful and empower people than be cynical and pessimistic. I have my moments. I don't want to deny reality, but I also, I just really want a future that's worth living. I have a 23-year-old son. I want him to be happy. I want him to get married and have kids, and I want everyone else to be happy and such. And what's happening now is evil. It's wrong. And I just want to salute Alex Preddy again and Renee Good. I heard a story, I think it's now valid, that he had a skirmish with ICE a week or 11 days earlier and broke some ribs, but he was still out protecting women from being attacked by ICE. Like, I love this man.
He had such a beautiful face. You can tell when you look at a photo. I mean, I'm very pleased they projected his image, 100 feet high in Times Square, because these people become heroes in these moments. I hate to say it, but I think the fact that these people were kind of white and middle class is part of the reason why it has reverberated so much, and obviously we know the history of police brutality towards black and brown people, and it rarely moves the needle for change. But the fact that these people were white, and as you say, him working for the VA has made a huge difference, because at the end of the day, humanity should win out.
Yes.
Ultimately, we are all the same, despite
Agreed.
our skin pigmentation.
It doesn't mean anything.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive.
But that's why I think it's so important, the adage of they came for the Jews and I said nothing because I wasn't Jewish, etc. It's like showing up as white people when Hispanics are being targeted, when black people, it's so important.
Yes. And we have seen that in the protest, in the BLM protests, and in the Women's March protests, and in the No Kings protests. These protests are becoming much more integrated, and there really is a sense that there is a kind of a community that doesn't need to be split to the gay community or the black community or women. There's plenty of men at the Women's March, and I think that it's that solidarity that, as you say, it does kind of make a difference. Finally, I just want to talk about one thing, because there seems to be this kind of race against time. Like, what's going to happen first, the election of 2028 or Donald Trump's mortality? It's almost like the jury's out as to whether or not he is healthy or not, whether he is going to survive because of his health. We obviously know about the hand and the bruising and the gait and the walking and the use of language, or the poor use of language. But if Trump doesn't make it through for health reasons, this cult of Trump, does it go away when the leader disappears? Or if J.D. Vance was to assume the role of president even before this 4-year term is up, and assume that role, how is the cult affected? How is that brainwashing? Does that change? Are people going to be as supportive of a J.D. Vance presidency and all of the hellscape? Because J.D. Vance is very much into all of this stuff. In fact, further, if you listen to his speech at the Munich Security Conference, you'll know that he is suggesting that the European nations need to move to the far right and are having their, what do they call it, societal erasure, cultural erasure. But I mean, this is a very dangerous individual. So how does the country change without Trump?
So I don't think he's going to last till 2028. Whether he dies of natural causes by fear is another staged assassination, because I don't think he was hit in the miraculously recovered in 2 weeks of any charisma coming off of J.D. Vance at all. He's a good, he'll read the scripts that are written for him, but he's not someone who's going to inspire people. I'll tell you, my gut fear is I saw a video of Barron Trump doing the Mussolini wave, and Trump was smiling, and that was freaky, weird, scary crap. But it reminded me that that Moon had his children, and they were going to be his heirs for taking over the world. So my guess is that Trump would like to keep it in the family. My best guess.
Well, we're hearing now this Board of Peace that Trump has created, this kind of scam organization that seeks to undermine the UN and NATO, where Trump has made himself the chairman. All these authoritarian countries have signed up to be part of this Board of Peace. It's not lost on us. But Trump can't be replaced. Only he can choose his successor and they're talking about Donald Trump Jr. being the successor. What this does is it guarantees Trump's future as world king outside of the U.S. presidency, and gives him this platform that, you know, as you described with Moon, wanting to take over the world.
Yeah, well, not in my watch. As long as I have breath,
Yeah.
I am going to continue talking about brainwashing, mind control, how it's our mind, it's our body, and we should not give over our power, and we should not allow fear to censor, for us to self-censor
Yes.
because we're afraid. And you know, all I can say is we can focus on what's within our control to do and spend minimal time worrying about things that are outside of our control to do. And there are some individuals who have more influence, so they can spend money, or they can organize at a higher level than a lot of the rest of us. But I've been saying this for, I don't know, 6-7 years. We should have like a Manhattan Project style thing where we get a lot of the most brilliant, educated people together and map out a 30, 40, 50-year plan for how to recover from this. This is not going to be by 2026 or 2028 because the damage is so deep to the world order.
And certainly in this vacuum of any democratic leadership, it seems that there is now a space for new leaders, maybe a third party or a whole new system, perhaps, as you described, that would bring balance and prevent something like this from ever happening again.
I talked to one man who said, Mark Milley, he should be run for president. He's not political. He's not a Democrat or Republican. And he said that Trump's a fascist. That's what we need to organize. I was like, I don't know that he's interested in running for president, but
and
it's an interesting idea.
The military is a good place to go, you know, because
well, they have the clout.
They do
to shut this down.
That's right. It's funny, isn't it? That, you know, I've spoken to Americans who are praying for a military coup right now, but you know, if you look at the recent events that have unfolded in Venezuela and in Iran, you would kind of recognize that the military appears to be complicit too, and that is a worry.
Well, I'm not willing to sign off all the military. I guess I know some people who are in the military who reassure me that they really are following the Constitution and not Donald Trump, etc. But again, I really want to caution people from doom's predictions, because we can fall victim of believing that that's what's going to happen, and because we aren't believing in an alternate reality, we're not doing everything we can. And I really want to thank you for your platform. I want to say again, people need experts they can trust, to rely on them for independent journalism, investigative journalism. And even if we are not on the big platforms with, you know, we have, people will find us and should follow you, follow me, and other people who are truth tellers. And let's lift each other up and realize we're not alone.
It's so true.
Rise to this challenge.
Yeah, it's so true. Okay. I'm so grateful to you for your expertise and also for your optimism. Dr. Stephen Hassan, thank you for joining the Weekend Show.
Always a pleasure.
I'm Anthony Davis. Don't forget to support me and independent journalism at patreon.com/5 Minute News. You can find my Substack at The Anthony Davis, or you can join the 5 Minute News YouTube channel. I'll come back next Sunday with a brand new special guest and more factual news to discuss on the 5 Minute News Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
Got past all the shorts.
The community around them needs to take special care
That
of them,
fails.
and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns.
You've seen the headlines, the viral videos, the fights over free speech and gun rights. But what actually happens when the First Amendment right to protest literally collides with the Second Amendment right to carry a gun? Let's break that down. Hi, I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and this is The Breakdown. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to Legal AF for all things at the intersection of law and politics. So, today we're breaking down what people think the law is versus what it actually is, starting in Minnesota and then moving out nationwide. So let me give you some quick legal framework. The First Amendment protects the right to assemble and protest. The Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms. Neither of those is absolute. Federal law does not have a blanket ban on guns and protests. That is left to state and local law. But keep in mind, one right doesn't cancel out the other. So the fact that you're protesting does not mean you cannot exercise your Second Amendment rights, and the fact that you're exercising your Second Amendment right to bear arms does not impact whether or not you can protest with what's in the power. So, legal experts in the post-Bruin era, which is really the Supreme Court case that basically has changed the game in terms of carrying weapons in this country.
Fucking from honey.
So, since Bruin, gun restrictions now have to be measured against historical tradition and public safety. So here's the basic underlying question of all this. Can you legally carry while you protest? Yes, absolutely. But with important state limits. So let's unpack that. First off, the state of Minnesota. Open carry is allowed only if you have a valid CCW permit. Now, CCW means carrying a concealed weapon. Usually in order to get that kind of permit, you've got to sit for a class, you've got to do a range, basically training, and show that you are able to handle a firearm in a safe manner. Then you get a permit issued by your state, and it's something that is given reciprocity, meaning you can go to another state and another state would honor that as well, again, under the frameworks of their law. But if you have a CCW permit, you can go to another state and carry, again, in accordance with their laws. So, Minnesota requires a permit to carry openly or concealed. So basically, you can't just stroll through a protest in Minnesota with a rifle or a handgun openly. Now, you can still carry as long as you have that CCW. Now, there's no statewide rule in Minnesota that specifically bans guns at protests. But what they do say is that you can't carry in sensitive places like capitals, courthouses, things like that. And any other local rules still apply. So, in Minnesota, permit means you can carry at a protest subject to the local laws. If you don't have a permit, you got a problem. Well, unfortunately, while this may be the law, we have seen with the death of Alex Preddy, who should be with us today, that he did all the right things. He had a permit. He was allowed to carry. He had it concealed. He didn't pull it out at any time based on the videos that have been made available. And yet, he was killed by ICE agents. So now you're seeing that real-time collision of exercising your First Amendment rights and exercising your Second Amendment rights. But let's take a walk back in history for a second, not distant history.
Seriously.
Remember Kyle Rittenhouse? Wisconsin? Yeah, you remember this. This is the protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where Kyle Rittenhouse openly carried his assault rifle. And later on, he ends up shooting 2 people and killing 1. Now, because Wisconsin allowed open carry, he was lawful in being at that protest with his weapon. The controversy came from the use of force and whether or not it was appropriate. A jury found that it was. Reasonable minds can disagree. But at the end of the day, he was allowed to be in Wisconsin with that firearm at that time. Whether or not he should have been, separate discussion. But just from the pure possession standpoint, it was permissible. Now, it's interesting to see those on the right. You know, they celebrated him. They were like, oh, you need to go to college. How can we go fund you? All of that, right? Where are they now? Kind of quiet when you have Alex Preddy, who, again, carrying his concealed weapon, did all the things, did it right, was obeying the law, and now that has him in a casket. But I'm not done yet. Let's talk about the Unite the Right rally back in 2017. So, for those who may not remember, this was the Charlotte Street. This was where we had a group of white extremists who were espousing neo-Nazi views, and they saw the khaki brigade of them running around with, candles, talking about, saying some horrible things, right? Well, the ACLU of Virginia had gotten involved, and you know that I'm an alum of the ACLU of Florida, so this was something that was happening in real time while I was at the organization, and we were all just kind of navigating this new space. So the ACLU of Virginia sided with the extremists from the standpoint of their First Amendment rights, because the local government in Charlottesville did not want to give them a permit to be able to have their rally. Issue was, that's viewpoint discrimination in terms of a government cannot pick and choose who gets to protest. They can set time, place, and manner. So let's say you can protest at the park in the middle of town from 9 to 5 p.m. And that applies equally to everybody. The government can't say, oh, well, Black Lives Matter, you can protest all day, but white extremists you can't, or vice versa. Government can't do that. So that's how the ACLU of Virginia got involved. And for those, again, who don't know, American Civil Liberties Union, that's what the ACLU stands for. Every state has one. So they sided with them for the First Amendment aspect only. Well, what resulted after that folks were not really prepared for, was that you had these extremists coming to the protest open carrying. So when you had counter-protesters, they now were feeling intimidated because they're here exercising their First Amendment rights, but now you have somebody on the other side that's exercising their First and Second Amendment rights. Does that have a chilling effect on those who are only exercising their First Amendment rights? So basically, if you're protesting unarmed, are you safe? And is your point going to get across? Or are you going to now choose not to protest because you're like, oh, them people over there, they got guns. Like, I don't want to face that. Is that now depriving other people of their First Amendment rights? There's that. So this was an argument that was circulating around 2017, 2018. It was definitely a nationwide discussion in terms of, how does this work? How do the First and Second Amendments coexist peacefully, or can they? So now I'm going to roll it to present day, Philadelphia. We have the new Black Panther Party. They have been patrolling neighborhoods in Philadelphia, making it very clear that they are going to protect their communities against ICE.
Oh, yeah.
They do so armed with long guns and rifles, and they do so openly. They've made it very clear what their intentions are, and they made it very clear that if ICE comes to their neighborhoods, it's not going to be peaceful. Now, putting aside any statements that they made in public, whatever the case may be, I'm not going down that rabbit hole right now. I'm just purely focused on the possession of a weapon.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
First Amendment and Second Amendment. So, Pennsylvania is an open carry state. So the new Black Panthers in Philly are
legal,
lawfully exercising their Second Amendment right. Some folks might be a little uncomfortable with that. But again, the key here is the Second Amendment, as with the first, has to be applied equally.
Yep.
So if Kyle Rittenhouse could run around protests with his long gun, then the new Black Panther Party surely can do the same thing in Pennsylvania. So let's talk about the nationwide kind of state of play when it comes to this. As I said before, there's no unified federal ban at gun demonstrations, but some states have effectively prohibited gun demonstrations by law or by sensitive opinion. So for instance, California, which, as a side note, California is very interesting because they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. But that only happened when Ronald Reagan was governor as a result of the original Black Panther Party open carrying at the Capitol and walking into places with their guns and getting attention and all of that, but they were doing so lawfully. But folks couldn't see straight. There were a bunch of black men running around with guns. Oh no! And that's how California has the strictest gun laws in the country. Look it up. It's a very interesting story. So California, long gun and handguns are, as open carry, are broadly prohibited. And many cities go further to ban weapons in demonstrations. Now, of course, the court battles continue on that, but as a general premise, you're probably going to have a problem if you roll up to a protest armed in California. Connecticut, open carry is largely prohibited. New Jersey, handgun open carry is not allowed, and long guns are very restricted. So these are just some examples of places where you could run into problems. Illinois, same deal. Like, open carry is illegal. So a lot of these restrictions, especially when you're talking about long guns being restricted, sometimes those restrictions surround around sport. So if you're going hunting or fishing or something specific like that, open carry may be allowed. But again, it depends on the state. So always, and gun owners are pretty good about this, but always make sure you research and know the laws of the place you are going to. That's a general premise of anything, but especially if you have a firearm. Now, when you look at open carry in other states, kind of interesting. Close to 40 states in this country have some form of open carry. So when you think about that, and you think about the context of protests are widening, more people are taking to the streets, that would logically mean more people will be exercising their First and Second Amendment rights.
Yep.
So now there's more opportunities for this collision to happen. So coming back to Minnesota, as we know, as a result of Operation Metro Surge, Federal Border Patrol and ICE agents have killed 2 people. First, it was Renee Good, and now let me be clear. 2 people this year. That does not count in 2025. The people that were killed, but their names have not been said. I'm going to do a whole separate video on that at a later point in time. But let's not pretend these are the first 2 people that were shot and killed by ICE agents, right? This is just this year, and these are the first 2 white people that we know of openly. The other folks that have been killed were people of color. So again, let's not get it twisted. We can't just have the media attention because it's 2 white people that are killed. They should not have been killed. They should be here today. But let's not dishonor the memories of the other people that have been murdered by ICE. So, we want to make sure we're keeping our eyes on the entire issue and just not a fraction of it. So, the killing of Renee Good, then the killing of Alex Preddy, has really put this whole discussion front and center. And of course, it rightfully has ignited national protests, legal fights, and political pushback around what are the federal agents' authority in terms of how they can conduct these tactical operations in American cities. Looking at civil liberties when law enforcement meets citizens exercising their speech rights, and what happens when federal force meets people with legal guns and phones in public spaces protected by the First Amendment. So Again, this in some ways this is a cautionary tale from the standpoint of the fact that you have a CCW, a carrying concealed weapons permit, does not mean that law enforcement is going to automatically treat you with respect. That's clearly not the case.
Yeah, clearly.
That's not an argument against you getting your permit,
No.
but just know it doesn't necessarily grant you any kind of extra immunity or extra respect. Now, the irony of all of this is that the NRA and, Second Amendment gun enthusiasts, including Charlie Kirk, fought for as little restrictions as possible when it comes to gun ownership, possession, and use. And now, the chickens have come home to roost.
Yep.
Because the very people they hoped would not use guns are now exercising their constitutional right to do so. So all that we're seeing now is testing who really has access to the Second Amendment. And if this was always about freedom and the Constitution, or something else was at play. So, bottom line here.
Oh. Well, I'm on the smoke break nonetheless.
Legally carrying a firearm at a protest is possible. Just make sure that you check state law, permit status, and any specific rules to that location. So remember again, courthouses, sensitive areas may have a ban even though it may be an open carry state. Some states effectively ban weapons at demonstrations through strict carry bans. Even where you're legally carrying, your behavior matters. Just because you're legally carrying doesn't necessarily automatically mean the use thereof is legal. And when federal enforcement, like ICE in Minneapolis, meets civilian protest, now you got the constitutional rights clash with real world policing decisions, and the outcomes can be deadly. So yes, the First and Second Amendment can coexist. But when these rights clash with law enforcement, public safety, and a machine that seems to be dedicated to stomping out dissent, well, that's when the rubber meets the road. If you're headed to a protest with a gun, please know the law, where you stand, know your rights, and know your responsibilities. And speaking of rights, I'm a 2A diva, and I'm hitting the range after this. Bet you didn't know black women are now the largest group of new gun owners in this country. Another fun fact.
Fuck yes.
We all need to exercise our rights, and we need to exercise all of our rights, because too many people have bled and died for them. Sound off in the comments and let me know your thoughts. I'm Melba Pearson, also known as the Resident Legal Diva, and this was The Breakdown. Take care.
In collaboration with the Midas Touch Network, we just launched the Legal AF YouTube channel. Help us build this pro-democracy channel where I'll be curating the top stories at the intersection of law and politics. Go to YouTube now and free subscribe at Legal AF MTN. That's at Legal AF MTN.
I'd love to come in and change it, but I'm a
You're
little
watching the Legal
predisposed at the
Breakdown,
moment.
Glenn. We have new news coming out of the Grammys where Donald Trump has threatened to sue Trevor Noah, who is the host of the Grammys. So just to give a lay of the land here, here's the clip of the joke that Trevor Noah told.
Song of the Year. Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow. That is a Grammy that every artist wants, almost as much as Trump wants Greenland. Which makes sense. I mean, because Epstein's island is gone, he needs a new one to hang out with Bill Clinton. So, oh, I told you it's my last year. What are you going to do about it?
All right, so That was followed by a post by Donald Trump, some late night screed that I think everybody expected. I'm going to put that on the screen. He said, "The Grammys Awards are the worst, virtually unwatchable. CBS is lucky not to have this garbage litter their airwaves any longer. The host, Trevor Noah, whoever he may be, is almost as bad as Jimmy Kimmel at the low ratings Academy Awards. Noah said incorrectly about me that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton spent time on Epstein Island. Wrong. I can't speak for Bill, but I've never been to Epstein Island nor anywhere close, and until tonight's false and defamatory statement, have never been accused being there, not even by the fake news media. Noah, a total loser, better get his facts straight and get them straight fast. It looks like I'll be sending my lawyers to sue this poor, pathetic, talentless dope of an MC and suing him for plenty of money. Ask little George Slopadopoulos and others how that worked out. Also ask CBS, get ready Noah, I'm gonna have some fun with you, President DJT." So clearly we have the threat of a defamation lawsuit by somebody who is completely litigious and perfectly happy to sue anybody and everybody. So I want to ask first and foremost about the merit of this potential lawsuit that Trump is going to wage against Trevor Noah.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, so you can chase this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
You know, Brian, I know Donald Trump wants to be king of America, but, you know, he's nothing more than king of the petty grievances. Not only was he the butt of Trevor Noah jokes, but he was the butt of the joke throughout the evening, I think, with good reason. But, okay, let's break it down. What constitutes defamation? There are 5 elements. Elements are just things you have to prove if you want to be successful in a defamation suit that you bring in court. We should remember that the Supreme Court has recognized that comedy is a protected form of speech. It's artistic expression. So let's start with that basic proposition. But if you want to successfully sue somebody for defamation, you need to prove, 1, a false statement was made. 2, it was made about you. You were named. 3, it was published. Now that could certainly include being spoken at the Grammys and hitting the public airwaves. 4, that the speaker had to have malicious intent, actual malice, which frankly, as an old career prosecutor and homicide guy, you know, that's what we need when we're trying to prove somebody committed murder. Actual malice, bad intent to kill somebody, to inflict serious injury to somebody. You need actual malice. And then 5, you need to prove damages. What does that mean? Donald Trump would need to prove that there was harm to his reputation or that he suffered financial loss as a result of Trevor Noah's joke. So again, you played the joke, and I hate to go all lawyerly here, Brian, but that's kind of my job. And so I want to speak the exact words that Trevor Noah spoke when he was making a joke about Donald Trump. He said, "Song of the Year, that is a Grammy that every artist wants almost as much as Trump wants Greenland," which makes sense because Epstein's island is gone. He needs a new one to hang out with, Bill Clinton. So, first of all, you actually have to draw an inference from the words that Trevor Noah spoke. He didn't say Donald Trump spent time on the Epstein Island with Bill Clinton. He lightheartedly said, well, you know, if he wants to find a new island to pal around with Bill Clinton on. So literally you would have to draw an inference, and people can draw any number of inferences from a joke that is told. But, you know, I don't think this will be a winning defamation suit in the event it is brought, and we can go through which elements I think, you know, the evidence would be deficient on. But, you know, just the fact that a president is threatening in really the most obscene and pathetic terms in his posts on social media, that he's so aggrieved by a joke that was told about him that, you know, he's going to go after the comedian. You know, the whole thing kind of tells you everything you need to know about Donald Trump and just how thin his skin is.
Glenn, since this lawsuit would happen in Trump's personal capacity, would there be some way for Trevor Noah to countersue and maybe try to, impose some punishment for a frivolous lawsuit being waged?
In theory, if you believe you are being sued in bad faith without any evidence to support the legal claim that's filed against you, yes, you could file a countersuit. Remember, Donald Trump has been found to have brought frivolous bad faith lawsuits before. There was one he brought against Hillary Clinton, and at the end of the day, not only was it dismissed, but the judge ordered that I think some combination of Donald Trump and his then lawyer, Elena Habba, pay $1 million for bringing the suit in the first place. So, yes, in theory, Trevor Noah could potentially countersue or ultimately seek attorney's fees that he might be out of pocket in defending against what might be a frivolous suit. But, I think the first question is this just Donald Trump bloviating on social media at 2 in the morning, or does he really intend to bring this lawsuit against Trevor Noah? I suspect, although we don't know, you never want to look inside Donald Trump's head to see what is in there. I suspect this may be more threat just to intimidate the broadest possible swath of people, including entertainers and comedians, that he can possibly intimidate.
Look, I want to note for people watching right now that if Trump does move ahead with some lawsuit here, we will, of course, cover it every step of the way. So if you're not yet subscribed to both of our channels, please go ahead and subscribe. I'm going to put the links in the post description of this video. 100% free, but a great way to support our work. Glenn, you had mentioned that Trump had engaged in previous frivolous lawsuits. Does that offer some atmospheric precedent for judges to be able to look at if Trevor Noah does decide to countersue and say, oh, we've seen that this plaintiff here has a proclivity to engage in these frivolous lawsuits? That makes it a little bit more likely that when Trevor Noah countersues, that I'll be open to the idea that he does engage in these frivolous suits.
Technically speaking, it's not precedent. What happens in one lawsuit before one judge in one federal jurisdiction, that one was down in Florida, I believe, doesn't serve as any kind of actual precedent. So the judge who caught the Trevor Noah defamation suit, if one was filed, wouldn't look to that judge's decision and say, I'm going to apply it here. However, it is what you and I, Brian, have often talked about, atmospheric precedent. And what I would bet is that Trevor Noah's lawyers would include in their reply to any defamation lawsuit that was filed by Trump against him, here he goes again, Judge, let's see what he's done in other lawsuits that have resulted in he and his lawyer being fined by the court. You can bet you would see that kind of information in Trevor Noah's
Stream Elements
reply.
says,
That doesn't
find me
mean
in
the
other
judge
places
would
Discord,
necessarily
Twitter,
have to give it
YouTube,
any
Steam,
weight, and he
Xbox,
certainly
and
wouldn't have
PlayStation
to
Old Mage
abide
Guy on
by
TikTok as
decisions
Mage.
in earlier unrelated lawsuits.
Glenn, would the lawsuit be waged against Trevor Noah in his personal capacity or against CBS? Because technically it was their show, and I would presume that they shoulder some responsibility for what takes place on their broadcast.
Okay, full disclosure, I was a criminal prosecutor my whole life. I never sued anybody, nor was I ever sued for defamation or anything else. However, I do know that when petitioners are bringing a defamation suit, they will sort of paint with a broad brush and try to include anybody in the suit who they think might bear any responsibility or might have deep pockets. And, they may very well include Trevor Noah and CBS. So, yes, if Donald Trump is going to bring this suit, ill-advised though it may be, I couldn't imagine he would leave CBS off.
Well, the interesting thing about that is, whereas if this lawsuit was waged just against Trevor Noah specifically, I'm sure Trevor Noah would be perfectly content to fight it, and frankly, he would be virtually assured to win. But when you have a media outlet like CBS that's included, Trump has already seen that they're weak, that he can own them. They've already paid him money. They've already shown that they can be, bent over the barrel. And so I'm curious whether you think that there's some concern that Trump is looking for any excuse to extract more money out of a network that's already shown that they're perfectly content to get owned by him every single time.
Yeah, he
Will
is.
Trump ever stop trying to extract money from the victims of his bullying,
No.
from whom he has successfully extracted money before.
No.
That's not the
No.
way a bully works.
Yeah,
Once
exactly.
you bend the knee and give the bully your lunch money once, as CBS did previously, you know that bully's coming back for more.
Yep.
So I assume he would include CBS in the suit. CBS might want to opt out, go ahead and pay some kind of a settlement just to get itself out of the suit. And then Trevor Noah would be, you know, the last man left standing potentially in the suit. And hopefully he would fight it, because we can talk about where I think the weak spots are in the proof that this is actionable definition. So first of all, false statement, not a given, because you need the inference, right? Well, let me back up. Even before that, how about First Amendment protected speech, artistic expression, which has been applied to comedy and satire. So
Multiple
this was a
times.
joke, folks, and I think that actually would carry some weight with the judge when the judge has to decide if this is a legitimate defamation suit or not. Then, false statement, you need to draw the inference. Trevor Noah didn't say, interestingly, in Donald Trump's post, I believe he said, Trevor Noah said that Bill Clinton and I were on Epstein's Island. No, he didn't. He said, you know what? I guess he's going to need another island to pal around with Bill Clinton on. That is different. You know, it may not be wildly different, and the inference may be obvious to some, but that detracts from the falsity of the statement, particularly in the context of a joke. You're kind of asking people to fill in part of the punchline for you because that part went unspoken. Okay, actual malice against a public official. It's a very high burden to satisfy when you are alleged to have defamed, you know, the probably most prominent person in the world at this point, for worse or worse. I can't say for better or worse. Donald Trump, right? So he's going to have to satisfy the actual malice burden. But then, Brian, let's get down to damages. Let's get down to brass tacks and dollars and cents. First of all, can Donald Trump's reputation really be harmed? Is it capable of being harmed? As bad as his reputation is, as evidenced by the most recent document dump from the Department of Justice on the Epstein files. I mean, there is some horrific stuff which, you know, seems to be pulled down as quickly as it's put up by the Department of Justice. You have to wonder what's behind it being pulled down. I wonder if somebody's complaining. And financial loss. How is Donald Trump going to prove financial loss? This is the same president who's suing his own government for what, $230 million because his crimes were investigated and he was criminally indicted.
That's a drop in the bucket compared to the $10 billion that he's suing the IRS for.
$10 billion because I believe an IRS contractor was alleged to have, you know, revealed some of his tax information. You know, I mean, why not just back the truck up to Fort Knox, the big Trump truck, and unload all the gold bars so he can put them in Trump Tower? I mean, can he really, as a result of this one joke, prove he suffered a financial
You
loss
haven't been listening
or
to him.
reputational harm? You know, you've got.
He's already been talking about getting into Fort
I
Knox.
think that's such a perfect point. And in fact, I wonder if the attorneys can say, let's just take a look at how Trump's net worth has increased from the day of the supposed defamation, February 1st, 2026, to whenever this thing could presumably go to trial, you know, 3-6 months down the line, because something tells me that Trump is not going to be become poorer in that time.
Yeah, and two things that I think I'd love to finish up on, Brian. Let's assume he brings suit. What happens? Little thing called discovery. What is discovery? That means that Trevor Noah's lawyer would get to propound interrogatories, because lawyers need to make everything sound fancier than it really is. Ask written questions that Trump would have to answer under oath. He'd have to swear to the accuracy of his written answers. But then even worse for Trump, he would have to sit for a sworn deposition, right? Question and answer under oath. We've all seen how poorly he has performed. Just think of the E. Jean Carroll deposition. We see how poorly he performs when he is questioned by a lawyer. So you really want to expose yourself in that way to interrogatories and depositions as part of the discovery process? I don't think there's any way he would do that. And then let's wrap up with this. What's Donald Trump's track record when it comes to going after comedians? Well, he desperately wanted Jimmy Kimmel to be off the air permanently. And yet, what did he succeed in doing? Two things. He only kept Jimmy Kimmel off the air for 1 week, and then the minute Jimmy Kimmel was back on set and broadcasting, his ratings went through the roof, and he's probably now more popular than ever. So that leads me to conclude that Donald Trump is really not very good at this dictator thing.
We'll leave it there. And of course, Glenn and I will continue to follow all of this stuff as it continues to break, and if we see any actual lawsuit filed against Trevor Noah. So for those who are watching, if you'd like to follow along, please make sure to subscribe to both of our channels. I'm going to put the links right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. Great way to support our work, and it's 100% free. I'm Brian Teller Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching.
Are you farting? Are you farting? Are you a gassy puppy? Yeah. Okay.
Take what you do best.
You're okay,
and create a website that's worthy of it. With AI website creation from Wix, every click is an opportunity to shape your brand, fine-tune your design, generate content in seconds, and showcase what you love so others will love it too. It's your business, your website. You do it yourself on Wix.
Damn, phlegm anyhow.
Did you get a 1099 this year? With Free Tax USA, you don't have to pay extra to file your taxes. Everyone qualifies for free federal filing, and state returns are less than $20. Our advanced features like W-2 and 1099 import make tax season a breeze. We support your unique situation and maximize your refund with no hidden fees.
I'm joined now by Congressman Ro Khanna. Thanks for joining me.
I said stop. Damn it. Yummy? No? I tried. Fucking Windows.
Thank you, Brian.
So, Congress.
Hey, Windows, thank you for turning my computer into a fucking Xbox. That doesn't properly function. Appreciate it. Feels fucking great.
Howard Lutnick deserved this. Howard Lutnick has been utterly exposed in the recent release of a substantial portion of the Epstein files. Still, a substantial portion of the Epstein files remain missing, but a good deal of documents was produced on Friday, and Howard Lutnick's name appeared over and over again. Howard Lutnick and representatives on Lutnick's behalf were sending messages to Jeffrey Epstein, and representatives on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein coordinating trips to Epstein's Island. Epstein was donating money to award ceremonies where Howard Lutnick received awards. They were having business interactions with each other. They were describing who their nannies were on emails with each other and with each other's representatives. And it seemed that they knew each other fairly well and had consistent interactions. But you see, Howard Lutnick, like the liar that he is, had continued to tell the public that he's had no interactions with Jeffrey Epstein since 2005. And as Howard Lutnick tells the story, which we now know is an utter lie, he says that he and Jeffrey Epstein lived right next to each other in New York City. That part is true. Everything else after that, now we know, is 100% false. Like everything else that spews out of Howard Lutnick's mouth. So Howard Lutnick described what he claimed was his first and only interaction with Jeffrey Epstein. Lutnick said that Epstein comes over, invites Lutnick to show up at Epstein's townhouse, that Lutnick shows up, and Epstein shows Lutnick the massage table, and Lutnick says, "Oh, this is gross." Lutnick says he leaves immediately, goes home, and tells his wife, "This Jeffrey Epstein guy is a creep. He's disgusting." And then Howard Lutnick says, "Since that one interaction in 2005, I had no interaction with that disgusting human being. Not a professional, not a personal interaction, no interactions." And recently, Howard Lutnick gave an interview with Miranda Devine from the New York Post, where Howard Lutnick spewed those lies over and over again. And now when we see the files that were released on Friday, we know what we suspected before, that that was an utter lie, because everything Lutnick says is a total lie. So first, let me just show you the portion of the interview with Miranda Devine where Howard Lutnick says, "I've never seen that creepy guy ever again. That disgusting guy," he says it like that, "since 2005. Watch this clip. Let's play it.
"But I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again." So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going, because he's gross.
All right, now let's go through some of the emails that were released on Friday. So, there are some who suspect that Howard Lutnick maybe is the fall guy in these Epstein files. Maybe the plan right here is to put Howard Lutnick out front and center as somebody who was involved with Epstein and make him the face of the regime's closeness with Epstein. However, the regime and Donald Trump appear over and over again in the Epstein files. But first, let's take a look at this email right here. This is an email from David Ratner to Jeffrey Epstein, and here's what it says. This email's from November 14th, 2017. "Hi, Jeffrey. Many thanks for your incredible donation in honor of Howard Lutnick. Would you like to take an ad and offer your own words of congratulations in our commemorative journal? Are you able to join us at the event itself on December 11th? And would you like a table inclusive of your generosity? Thank you."
Oof.
And this was in response to Jeffrey Epstein writing to someone named John Paulson on November 8th, 2017, saying $50,000 from me. Hope PR is okay. He gave $50,000 to an event where Howard Lutnick was being honored at. How about this email right here, dated December 19th, 2012 through December 20th of 2012. Remember, Howard Lutnick said that he had no communications with Epstein at all because he said Epstein was disgusting. And he claimed he had no interaction since 2005. Well, let's take a look. Howard Lutnick, email dated December 19th, 2012. "Hi, Jeff. We are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart's, Anguilla on Monday at some point. Where are you located? What is the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Marcy Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children, 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard." And then there's a response right here. Jeffrey Epstein to his assistant, Leslie Groff, December 19th. "Come Saturday or Sunday lunch, Little St. James on the map behind Christmas Cove." Then Leslie Groff responds, "FYI, I will let you know what he says." She's going to be reaching out on his behalf to Howard Lutnick about coming to the island and seeing Jeffrey Epstein. How about this email right here? October 3rd, 2013, where you have Jeffrey Epstein to a guy by the name of Richard Kahn. It is a resume of Howard Lutnick's nanny. Attached is the resume of Lutnick's nanny. "I'm trying to arrange a time via Peter for you to meet her. That's apparently how close they were. They were talking about each other's nannies. How about this email right here? December 21st, 2012 and December 20th, 2012. You have Howard Lutnick to Leslie Groff, who's Epstein's assistant. Okay, lunch on Sunday, see you then. Then Leslie Groff to Matthew Lutnick. Seems like a family affair here. Hi, Matthew and Candace. Might you be able to give redacted a few more details regarding lunch this Sunday? Do you know if it will just be Howard and his wife? Any kids coming along? Will they arrive at Jeffrey Epstein's island via their boat? And around what time is good for them? If you could pass along when you know, that would be great. And CC'd here. Or the time that Howard Lutnick invited Jeffrey Epstein to a Hillary Clinton fundraiser at Cantor Fitzgerald in 2015 when Howard Lutnick purported to be a Democrat. But Howard Lutnick's entire life is being a phony, and it's just about proximity to power, and he was positioning himself to get a position of power, and also it appears to deal with issues of his dark past as well. Take a look right here, November 3rd, 2015. This is from Howard Lutnick. I would like to invite you, this is to Epstein's people, I would like to invite you to attend a very intimate fundraising event with Hillary Clinton from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. at Cantor Fitzgerald's office on November 1st. Please RSVP. Again, Howard Lutnick to Jeffrey Epstein right there. So now there are stories like this. Howard Lutnick visited Epstein Island. New releases show, but it's important to remember that Howard Lutnick is a complete and utter liar. I showed you the smaller portion of that clip earlier in this video. Let me share with you here when Howard Lutnick speaks with Miranda Devine, and here Howard Lutnick talks about that interaction in 2005. And watch what a sociopath is as he lies through his teeth. Watch the ease with which he lies and how he almost enjoys it. It's quite disgusting to watch. Here, play this clip.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
All right, so we are in number 11, and he lives in number 9.
Right.
So we renovate, we buy our house, and our house is pigeons and mice.
Right.
Okay, it was derelict.
Right.
So we rebuild our house. We move in 2005. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, "Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee." So my wife and I go next door. We walk the 7 steps,
yes,
right to the next house for coffee. We share a wall,
right.
So it's in New York City. So he invites us in. We have coffee in this, and he says, "Do you want a tour?" We said, "Great."
Interesting.
He's got a really big house.
Every room you went into?
He's got. Well, I'll tell you. So his house is like super big, really wide, and so he gives me a tour in the living room, big living room, and then across from it is double doors. I assume it's the dining room.
Yeah.
And he opens the door, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room, and candles all around and stuff. So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him, "Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage?" And he says, "Every day." And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, "And the right kind of massage."
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, "I'm sorry, we have to go." And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I would never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again. So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
A new season is always a great time to reset, level up, and take better care of yourself. And that absolutely includes your hair. If you're dealing with thinning, shedding, or just wanting fuller, healthier hair, the Iris Store Elite is one of the easiest routine upgrades you can make. And with their President's Day sale happening right now, it's truly the best time to try it. It's an at-home device that uses 300 lasers and 200 LEDs to deliver targeted light therapy to your scalp, and it's clinically proven to help regrow hair. And the best part is how effortless it is. You just pop it on a few times a week while doing literally anything else, watching TV, journaling, scrolling, whatever. Whatever your daily routine looks like, it's easy. If you want to go all in on your hair transformation, you can also pair the Elite with the Revive Plus Max Growth Kit or their Biotin gummies for extra support from the inside out. So whether you're treating yourself to a fresh start or just looking to elevate your routine, the Iristor Elite is the kind of upgrade that makes every day feel like a good hair day. Look, I use Iristor, I swear by it. Go back and look at a few episodes months ago, years ago, and now look at them today. You'll be amazed. In a 4-month double-blind clinical study, nearly all participants saw increased hair growth with Iristor's Laser Plus LED technology. It's the best at-home laser LED device available. More lasers, more LEDs, and more scalp coverage than similar devices. And the best part about Iristor, they offer a 12-month money-back guarantee, so you can try it without risk. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your hair routine, the President's Day sale is it. Iristor is offering big savings right now with code TRUTH at iristor.com. You'll get an exclusive discount on the Iristor Elite. That's code TRUTH at iristor.com. Please support our show and tell them that Midas Touch sent you. Give your hair the upgrade it's been waiting for.
And here's more on Howard Lutnick talking about Epstein, about how gross the guy is. And so Miranda Devine asks him, she's the reporter from the New York Post, so why do people like Bill Gates and all these other people hang out around him? Howard Lutnick gives an explanation, but maybe are you telling on yourself, Howard Lutnick, because you were hanging out with Epstein at the same time you're talking about others hanging out with Epstein. Here, play this clip.
I mean, that's an incredible story that you could pick up that he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. He's gross. The guy's gross. This was not, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. Blackmailed people. That's how he had money.
So what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
I assume way back when, they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender. How could he get 18 months and be able to go to his office during the day and have visitors and stuff? It must have been a trade. So my assumption, I have no knowledge, but my assumption is there was a trade for the videos because there were people on those videos.
And have you talked to Donald Trump about this and shared your theory?
No, I mean, he knows the story.
Right.
Looking for an easier way to get that LLC next to your business name? Say hello to Taylor Brands. Just go to their site, enter your LLC state, choose your...
But my story, that, I was one and done with the guy. He knows that story, but that's it.
And now if you watch some of Howard Lutnick's recent interviews about other topics, you start to see, and I think you knew already, just what a absolute sicko this guy is. And I know you're like, Ben, we knew that already, but I think this gives it additional context right here. Like, here's the recent interview he gave with Jesse Waters on State Regime Media, which calls itself Fox. And Howard Lutnick starts attacking California Governor Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom says we're handing out knee pads for all of the Trump bootlickers. And Lutnick's like, oh my God, that guy's talking about sex toys and knee pads? Sex toys and knee pads. You see what's going on in Lutnick's mind right there? Here, play this clip.
So Newsom's over there, and he's posturing. He's throwing around knee pads. You're sitting there with the President of the United States. I mean, is he tolerating this? Are you guys laughing about this? What's going on with this governor?
He's literally laughing. I mean, he's like, he can't believe it.
right? I mean, you just can't believe that this guy's going to run for president and he's actually commenting about sex toys and knee pads. I mean, you can't believe it. It's outrageously entertaining. And so the president just has to laugh because what else can you do? You're not going to just, you know the president. He's not going to just shake his head. He's just cracking up going, I can't believe this guy.
I wouldn't be holding up a knee pad if I were running for president.
And then recently when Howard Lutnick was at Davos and he was sitting on a panel with other world foreign affairs ministers and leaders, Howard Lutnick was showing what a predator he is. Here, play this clip.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it. And I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly.
And here's how bizarre he is about Donald Trump. Whenever he does these interviews on state regime media or otherwise, he'll always be like, and Donald Trump is so strong. He's the strongest man I know. Here, play this clip.
And did he let you sleep on the ride home on Air Force One?
I slept for an hour. I did. I slept for one. I slept for 1 hour. He is the strongest. He is the strongest human being that I know. I mean, he can wear me out, and I tell you, I've got plenty of energy. And he just works and works and works. It is a pleasure to be.
Well, go get some sleep, Secretary. I think you guys need it. Great job over there, and this fight with China continues. It's a battle. Thank you.
Okay, well, birds of a feather. This was from the Epstein files that were released on Friday. And these are allegations in a email that is titled Epstein Cellmate Interviews. And this is an email from different FBI agents to each other. And here's what the FBI agents say about Trump in an email that says cellmate interview. Trump. It says, Jane Doe stated Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed penis, which is subsequently bitten. I think this is bite. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. Jane Doe remembers Epstein introduced her to Trump, saying, "This is a good one, huh?" And Trump responded, "Yeah." The "this is a good one, huh?" That came out in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial with a Jane Doe witness as well. Also, when people talk about the cabal, this is a real email from Elon Musk to Jeffrey Epstein during that same period of time when Howard Lutnick was going to the island or talking about going to the island. This is from Elon Musk. What day and night will the wildest parties take place on your island? What day and night will the wildest party be on your island? Was that the night that Lutnick was heading there as well? And then you have Elon Musk denying that Epstein went to SpaceX, but it clearly appears that he went from these emails. And then talk about the cabal. You know how Donald Trump's very close with all these NFL owners, and the NFL owners, were all involved in helping Trump the first time, getting Kaepernick on and all that. Well, this is NFL owner of the New York Giants, Steve Tisch, who talks about a young Ukrainian woman and asks if she's a pro or a civilian. And they talk about, Epstein facilitating a young Ukrainian girl or woman for Tisch. It's absolutely grotesque what's in it. This is the crew. Do you see that? This isn't speculation anymore. These are the people. I'm just reading you what the emails say. And we know that there's still 3 to 4 million emails and documents that are still missing that have not been turned over. That's a cabal right there. And it seems that Lutnick is having a lot of explaining to do right now. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Help us get to 6 million. Thanks for watching.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at
"13 members of Congress represented by Democracy Forward have beaten the Department of Justice and the Trump administration and their efforts to block members of Congress from providing meaningful oversight to ICE facilities because Judge Giacobbe, a Biden appointee in the district court in D.C., has just issued a new temporary restraining order which stops ICE from blocking members of Congress from providing that oversight. This is a follow-up to an earlier decision back in December by the same judge, Judge Giacobbe. It all comes down to what funds are being used by Homeland Security and ICE to block these members of Congress from doing their job. If they're using the regular appropriated money by Congress, then they can't do it because there's a certain rider provision in which Congress has declared you may not use our funds to block members of our own Congress. If, however, the money somehow came from the one big beautiful bill, whatever that's supposed to be, then if that money has somehow been designated and segregated, then maybe they can use that money, but not the other money to do the blocking. But Judge Giacobbe said, listen, on the limited record before me, it doesn't look like there's been any segregation of funds. Money's fungible, it all looks alike. And how can you, the government, you have not told me and proven to me in evidence, that's how courts work, evidence, that you are not using any portion of the originally appropriated funding from Congress to block members of Congress. So you're blocked again. You can't enforce this law. She's very popular these days, Judge Giacobbe. She's about to get a lot more popular because she's also the judge that's presiding over the case involving the Federal Reserve Board of Governors member, Lisa Cook. And that case is about to get sent back to her by the Supreme Court. I'm Michael Popak. Boom. You're on Legal AF on Monday. Let's get to the new decision. Breaking news, folks, just came out. Got it in my hot little hand. When Congress put together their original funding, they wanted to make sure that money from Congress, this was when Joe Biden was in office, was not being used to block their own members from providing oversight, meaning going down, knocking on the door, and going into ICE detention facilities. We've had so many problems right now with Congress people getting blocked at ICE detention facilities. One got arrested and is still indicted, LaMonica McIver of New Jersey, for doing just that. And there was a January 8th new memo by Kristi Noem, of all people, Director of Homeland Security, that said that in her memo that it was being implemented and enforced exclusively with money appropriated to DHS and ICE by way of the July reconciliation bill, which is known as the One Big Beautiful Bill. Unfortunately for her, in blocking and requiring a 7-day notice before a member of Congress can get down there. So something bad happens down at the ICE facility, right? Happens today. There's no exception. Under this memo from Kristi Noem, members of Congress would have to give her 7 days. See you next Monday, okay? To get in on an emergency basis. And Judge Cobb said, if you're using any portion of the money under Congress's what they call the 527 rider, you can't block a member of Congress. So Kristi Noem says just use other money effectively. Except in the case, Judge Cobb says you don't prove to me that you're using other money. In fact, Leave It to Democracy Forward, who's handling this case, they brought in the testimony of former Department of Homeland Security and ICE Legal and Budgeting Office official who said that it would be logistically difficult, if not impossible, for DHS to identify and segregate expenditures to ensure that only funds from the recent funding bill were being used and not other funds. And there's nothing that the defendants have done to prove otherwise, at least not for the temporary restraining order. The judge continues and says on page 6, perhaps reflecting that difficulty of segregating funds, defendants have not seriously attempted to argue that DHS and ICE ensured that these one big beautiful bill funded resources were used before promulgating and implementing the policy. Indeed, the language of the no memorandum anticipates that they'll start segregating those funds in the future. So they basically are admitting that they haven't done it yet. So how are you going to block the members of Congress if you haven't ensured that there's a source of funds not tied back to the congressional prevention and limitation on using those funds to block the members of Congress? You can't. And that is her big arguments. Instead, she says on page 7, Judge Cobb, plaintiffs have accordingly shown, based on the limited record at this juncture, a likelihood of success on the key factual issue of the use of Section 527 restricted funds to promulgate, implement, and enforce the January 8th notice policy. So no, you don't get to block members of Congress. She's going to keep this in place starting now, meaning they should and they will, at least these 13 members of Congress, if not the rest of the people here involved, need to go running down to get into these ICE detention facilities in Minnesota and other places. She's going to let this order expire in 14 days because she's doing other briefing related to a more preliminary injunction, a longer term injunction. And that's just the way it's going to be. They're not going to like this. You know what the Department of Homeland Security is going to do. They're going to take an appeal to the D.C. Court of Appeals. They're going to hope they get a couple of Trumpers on there. They could. There's a couple of them roaming around on there, including Judge Rayo and Judge Katsas. If they get Rayo and Katsas, they'll make the argument. And maybe it ends up at the United States Supreme Court. Speaking of the United States Supreme Court, keep an eye on Judge Gia Cobb, this judge that I'm talking about, because the Supreme Court, we haven't got the ruling yet, but it's coming, is going to ultimately, I believe, rule against the Trump administration's attempt to fire by social media posts without due process one of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve to get control over interest rates. So if they're going to fire Dr. Lisa Cook, it's going to have to be with a due process analysis provided by Judge Gia Cobb. I see the Supreme Court referring this case back to this judge who's well versed in the unconstitutional practices of the Trump administration. I'm glad you're here for this analysis. I'm Michael Popak. Hit the free subscribe button. By the way, I'm running a 35% sale on all Substack annual memberships to build up our audience. Take that opportunity that I just provided. So until my next report, I'm Michael Popak. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there, including a daily roundup that I do called, wait for it, Morning AF. What else? All the other contributors from Legal AF are there as well. We got some new reporting. We got...
That's pretty much what we have for today, and honestly, I'm not exactly upset about it. With the way the whole mouse scenario is going.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Fixture needs ammo. That was 40 rounds? Alright, let's try this again. Oh. Especially considering Paladin Romani won't help me fight this fucking robot. Oh, I haven't opened it yet. I thought I had. Blue. Enter solo. Hello, Robo. It's starting to get dark outside. Card note. Hup. Hup. Damn it. First time going through there, Ramon made me think an alarm had been set off. Well, thankfully I do still have stuff that'll cut. Oh, bullshit. That didn't even do the job. Alright. Time to get to work. It's gonna nullify a few of my perks, but I forgot. I need a fusion core for that. And honestly, at that rate, I'm gonna change my freaking loadout. This one certainly is not cutting it. As the song goes, it's about to get heavy. It's about to be on. Oh, bye bye. So nobody know, 'cause I was sent to warn you, the devil's in the next room. Anti-armor power fish, thank you, Dublin. Yep, that looks about right. Oh, excuse me. Because some reason this build just does more work. Yeah, everybody's singing that vibe. So nobody move. 'Cause I was sent to warn you, the devil's in the next room. Oh, that was the other reason why I done that. We're just supposed to fucking modify it, dumbass. Oh, I was wrong button. Damn it. I mean, I can do it for all while I'm in the armor. No. I know which one does. Okay, there you is. Yeah, that works a lot better. Let's go. Hello, Romani. Romani be like, an outfit change? Not outfit, loadout. Keep up, Romani. burn, bitch.
That was an assaultron dressed up as a sheep. Whatever it was, it's dead. We should be able to lift the lockdown. Let's get back to that terminal.
Yeah, it's dead. No thanks to you. You can't just let it fuck my shit up multiple times. I don't have my jetpack because I have the medic pump. Because this is work.
And that's that. Time to head back to Ares. If he has anything to do with all this.
Oh, if he does, he's probably about to shit himself now. Oh. Why is everything so bright?
Your boss looks like she's about to strangle me with one of those vines. Something happened in there?
Ares, between the feral ghouls, the strangler vines, and that insane sheep robot, I've about reached my limit with this place. And your antics. I don't know if this is some kind of trap or elaborate cover-up, but we need to get through that door and get answers. Now!
Whoa, trap? Where's this coming from? Hold on. Did you say sheep robot? Like the Baba kind or the killer robot kind?
Ares, the door! Now! Please!
Jerry, just give me a second. Yeesh.
Nearly there now. We're getting closer to the truth. I can feel it. I hope you're right. I'd like to believe he's innocent in all of this, but I can't lose sight of the goal. Finding the missing people like Cassie is a time-sensitive, life-or-death situation. That comes first.
Alright, let's see here. Login credentials, check. Terms of employment, yeah. Benefits enrollments expired, sure. And done. Trust me now? I'll even lead the way, so if you change your mind, it'll be easier to shoot me in the back.
Thank you for opening the door. Even if you find anything linking you to this, you're still going to have to answer for it.
Add it to the catalog of questionable things I already have to answer.
Fair enough, Ares. Fair enough. Anyone hungry? Investigate. Toothpaste. Cheap ass resupply for whoever wants it. When it gets up in the shop eventually. Coming out tape trade. Trust me, I noticed.
Seems like you've been pretty thorough. Are you ready to discuss what you've found? Excellent. I'll take what you've collected. Let me take a look at what you found. I just need a minute to review it all.
Oh.
Pull out your decoder rings, kids. It's detective time.
That's concerning. This name. I know this name. I think I've seen enough. Initiate, we should discuss our findings.
Well, come on. Harry's like, I'm coming.
Well, it seems like Cassie was indeed a part of this caravan group, but I think it'd be a good idea to step through the evidence together. I may have been assuming too much about Blue Ridge's involvement. I'd like to be on the same page. So where would you like to start? Yes. It would seem this was a routine trip till the end. Something kept them here and forced them to set up camp so close to home. That's right. The storm forced them to bunk down. They were an extra large group, too, with only one guard, sitting down. Indeed. It looks like we have a clear account of their last moments here. That was my take as well. Based on Cassie's description and the letter you found earlier, we can assume they were these Hellcat mercenaries. The total number of people they've abducted, though, is staggering. Nearly 15 in this trip alone. Right, the manifest. One name in particular really stood out to me. Did you notice it? That's right. Dr. Blackburn. Not only was he present on multiple trips, but Cassie makes mention of him speaking with the armed strangers. Likely these Hellcat mercenaries you've dealt with. I imagine Dr. Blackburn was the one employing them. I knew the name sounded familiar. I had read it in Shin's report of your very first assignment with us. Think back, Initiate. Do you recall why Dr. Blackburn had been seeking our assistance?
Yes, I do.
That's right. Dr. Blackburn was seeking assistance with his experiments. Something about curing diseases and helping people. I suspected it was too good to be true. And the evidence here certainly doesn't look promising. But could he really be kidnapping people? Indeed we do. Dr. Blackburn was hiring these Hellcat mercenaries to kidnap people from this route. It would appear they were cautious at first, but took advantage of a radstorm to steal away an entire group. An unfortunate end, but there's still hope of finding them. The only thing left is to report back our findings and determine Blackburn's location.
Yup.
I'm glad I had you here, Initiate. There's a few things I'm sure I would have missed if you hadn't been here to help. I do believe we make a pretty great team. I can't blame you. My sights are entirely focused on everyone that's gone missing. But I can't just plow through everything to reach that goal. This experience has helped me see that. It's something that I know I need to improve upon. Not just as leader of the Brotherhood, but as a person. And hopefully, to begin earning back your trust. Anyway, we should get back to Atlas and report what we found. If we could determine where Blackburn took this group, we may be able to track down Cassie, and perhaps countless others. I'll meet you there. Good work, Initiate. There it is. My rash behavior was unfitting of my position, and frankly, unfair to you.
Water under the bridge. All of my best friendships start with misplaced suspicion of mass kidnapping.
I will take your word for it. I am sorry either way.
He's a smart ass.
You want to make it up to me? I've heard you guys have some killer rocket launchers to spare.
Absolutely not.
I'm glad you and the righteous paladin got the answers you sought. Well, I know that I'm glad you killed it. If it found me first, you'd be talking to a pile of diced meat right now. I honestly wasn't following. Something about cats and rug burn, I don't know. But it would be real swell if you found this lot safe and sound. Or any of us. Who are you? Who is the paladin? Who am I? Now, that's a good question.
Thanks for your help, my ghoulish friend.
No problem. You should head over to Big Ben East sometime. Join us for a caravan run. You're a natural at walking through dark train tunnels.
As long as it doesn't involve one of those Celtrons every time, I'm okay. I'll do it. Those Celtrons annoy the shit out of me. I feel like that's the wrong way. Crabs, crabs, crabs. Oh, loot is loot. Even if it's not much. These cameras are everywhere. I don't want your stinking camera. Oh. What was the point of the locked porta potty? There's nothing in it. I mean, experience, sure. But otherwise, absolutely pointless. Alright. He's a real dumpling. Nice. So it should switch them automatically back and forth. I like that. I'd have it. That also means I need to find a more fitting armor skin and more fitting what you call it, outfit. There we go, found my way. Uh-oh.
Okay, everyone. Today, we're going to be recovering ore to decode. I need some of you in those tunnels gathering goods, and some up here guarding the stack.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
It'd be nice to not have to swing through you, dude. Whoa! It didn't change my headpiece like it was supposed to. Two shot. Light nocturnal machine gun. Hunters, ghouls, furious. We'll be doing that because I need the furious. Hoping to learn it. Nope. Puncturing, damn. That's at least an upgrade. Earned. Nocturnal. Yeah. Super Sledge. Sharp Flamer, Ultra Sight, Gatling Laser, Broadside, Resolve Breaker. Ah, that's right. Don Pedro.
authorization is valid.
Do what? Oh. What do you mean you don't have access to? I'm baby girl. Mm-hmm. Now, there should be an item. There we go. Right there. You come bring it over here. Come on, baby. Oh, renal fever. Ooh, what was left? Okay. I won't bitch about spoiled veggies and whatnot. Others can. I won't. And show's not exactly in there staring at anybody right now either. Okay. Because I'm not running the weapons repair or damage slowing stuff. My sword is taking a beating. equipped with the paladin to support him. I still haven't gotten sold anything yet. Falcon T45, bolstering ultrasight, aristocrats T45, executioners. Strength and aim, and troubleshooters. Let's see, lots of troubleshooters needs to be broken down. Damn. Mutants, exterminators, bolstering, aristocrats. Double check everything in here. Anti-armor like machine gun. Valkyrie. This guy is already a vampire spelled. Can't change anything about it. Can I make it? And you see what I can and can't make. Yes, I can make the carterizer. I can make the laser carbine. I can make the boiling point and the Valkyrie. So as the ultrasight Gatling laser. Flamer minigun. Like machine gun, harpoon gun, Gaussman. Resolve breaker, missile launcher. So I cannot make Fat Mans yet. Weapons. I can craft no legendary machine weapons right now. Except this guy, but he's against a big gun. Or a launcher even. Carterizer. I'm not too horribly worried about keeping the flatliner, to be real. Come on, gosh, man. Vampire chainsaw, laser carbine. Okay. Time to go see the Rusty Pig. Oh shit. Sure don't say. Guess that's what I get for asking for something that isn't left. No. Yeah, I kicked the hell out of what I was wearing. Left arm. Left arm. Left leg. Agility. Rad resistance. Energy damage. Hey. Generating welded custom fit. Vanguard's left scout like. Damage taken while not moving, energy resistance. Now, it is literally the chassis. It's empty. Well, I didn't save anything, damn it. I need to remind myself to be doing that. That landed like I was in power armor. Minus the thud.
Good luck with your training, applicant. We'll make a fire breather out of you yet.
I'm all like, who said anything about becoming a fire breather? Ooh, I did not put my fish or my coffee away.
Trading post for there. Fire breathers unit. You know the drill. Buy and sell.
Nope, can't handle a pack. I now keep all blood packs.
You can gear up here. Fire breathers are the elite of the responders, taking out the scorched one at a time.
What you got? 41 plans. Likelihood of you having anything I want is not very high. This person, on the other hand, this is a pretty nice spot. Gone Fusion. Vision, actually. Fisherman's Cooking Station. Kinda cool. So, yeah, no. It's just for looks. Hey! Somebody got a shark. Class hunter. It's like how much of it is player built, how much of it's pre-built. This is player built. Your choice is take it, leave it. Yeah, okay. So this is player built. So how many should have some stuff that I should be interested in? Dress or hat, cultist mark. Marsupial. Combat armor. I believe that's a game. Golfer, new cockade posture. At least he had something that I didn't. Oh, you son of a bitch. They're 5,000 a piece. I can't do that. Quad for 7 piv. Dude knows how much a shit's worth, is what it comes down to.
Stream Elements says, Find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
I want to be angry with this guy, but I can't. I can't be angry at someone because the freaking prices are fair. They are value-based. And homie just made me broke. So, I'm not mad, but I'm pouting a bit. Because that was a lot of caps. But no troubleshooters. Which kind of makes it worse. Critical. Damage while aiming. Last shot does not go on there. Whoa. Damage for that is way down on this class. I guess it is for all of it. Except for this beauty. Vampires, chainsaw for up close. It's the only fixture I got. Crit damage, agility, sneak. Yeah, that's the right one. And then my Furious Instigating. Which means this guy can be deconstructed. So much better than the crowd control. Lightweight learned. Oh, added. That might not be learned, I might suggest. Furious added, I might have just gotten the mods for him. So I need to check. Yeah, just mods. That's okay. It means I still have a Furious. As well as a lightweight, which is good. I don't think I can change the stuff on that one. Oh, maybe. Maybe I just save it for later. Damage weak point. Steadfast. Less noise. Sneaking, reduction chance. Bum. 20% weak point damage, 5% upside critical. So that's the only two I have. Steadfast. Damage resistance while aiming. Reload speed, strength, resilience. Perception. Street luck. Street intelligence. Of course, it's Bear Bear. Nothing I'm running is explosive. HP, energy damage. I do fire damage, bleed damage. Oh, no, I don't even do bleed damage right now, I just do fire damage. Micro, what's up? She's like daddy's nap. I've still got one unused point. Over here, I got 5. Could really use one more for hard bargain. Two first field surgeon. And that's really the biggest worry there. Sorry, so that goes. Feel like I'm missing something in the luck category. Probably a cap collector. painkiller's gotta go back on too. Come on up, baby girl. %, more range. %, weak point there. That's not that much. I've got 1 point. Oh. Yeah, ground founder's one to go with. Might still be a good idea. Two unused points in strength. 30 Furious stacks. Plus stealth bonuses. Yeah, baby. $41, $20, $12. Oh. Um, Now I get to go with this. Okay, cripple human head. Cook molar out chunks. Kill cultist during Mothman Equinox. I don't do head crippling at the moment. There's not much of a way I'm crippling the target's head. Belly. Okay.
Everything makes sense now. This is my place. So I think we can both agree this isn't something we can ignore.
Between what we learned at AMS and the journal we recovered from Harper's Ferry, this is big.
If this is the source of the super mutant threat, I'm prepared to support any action to end it.
Initiate. Good timing.
I can't believe he just walked in here. He must have been at work even then. I never said it was my fault, Initiate. To think, the arrogance he must have had.
Enough of that. The question facing us now is how to find him and the people who've been taken. Lucky for us, Scribe Valdez has made a discovery of her own while we were away.
That's right. Remember the Pip-Boy you found in the Uncanny Caverns? It took a while to crack the encryption, but I've unlocked it. It came from Vault 96. It took a bit of research to locate it, but it's well south of here. I'll mark it on your map. I wasn't able to find anything, unfortunately. I know every vault had a purpose, though. Like Vault 76 was meant to house the best and the brightest to rebuild America. Ostensibly. Vault 96 could be anything. Well, we're not sure it is.
What we do know is that we have a definitive lead to follow. The super mutant threat takes priority. If we find the missing civilians in the process, so much the better. But we cannot ignore this lead either way.
Unsurprisingly, Night Shin and I don't see eye to eye on this. Fortunately, in this case, we don't have to. I think they're connected. A vault would be a great place to hide abductees. The Pip-Boy might even have come from someone that escaped. Investigating the vault is our best lead for either mystery, and maybe an answer to both.
Then we're agreed. The vault will be your next target. Scribe Valdez will accompany you. A vault is a potential trove of exactly the kind of technology the Brotherhood is meant to catalog and secure.
I've marked Vault 96 on your map. We don't know what we're walking into, or even how we'll get in, to be honest. We'll need to be cautious. Step 1 is finding a way in. You'll take point. Based on other vaults we found crossing the country, the vault should have an emergency transponder. Once you've secured the entrance, the controls for the transponder are usually there near the main door. Activate it to give the all clear and I'll follow you in.
Sounds good to me.
I'm glad to hear it. It's a good plan, and I think we're all in agreement on this one. Find any evidence you can about the missing people and any connection to the super mutants. If Blackburn is there, I want him taken alive. If he really is behind the abductions, he needs to answer for his crimes. You have your orders, Initiate. Good luck. Dismissed.
Order. Learning. Protection. I have everything I need here. The mutant attack was my first time in real combat. Something tells me it won't be my last.
Yeah, I didn't think I had that one marked yet.
One day I'll make night.
To the train station! You my broke ass. It's been so quiet, I think my stream may have been stopped.
stab other customers while they shop?
Smartass says, me stab you while I shop?
Had a hard day of killing and looting. Don't want to haul it back yourself? Sell it
Blood.
here.
It's not what I need. Sweet.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Tells me it's not, stopped and didn't tell me it's still going.
Crap. Trash. Junk. Nah, that's worthless.
Yeah, it's seriously about time for a smoke break and dab time. Fuck that shit. I shouldn't expect getting blood anyhow, though. trying not to be exhausted. Yeah, it feels a lot later than that. Oh! Right. Which means Windows Update. Usually. Not always, but usually. Yes, we need to leave that connected. Because trying to play a game with the touchpad is a joke. If you've ever tried to play anything first-person shooter with the touchpad on a laptop, you'll know exactly what I mean. Don't do it! It's not good for your mental health! Yep, there it is. Well, I guess this is as good a time as any for me to go have my smoky break. So, put the shirt on, and we shall go do so. My shirt. Oh, yeah. And to the Omen, I finally got my hero shirt. I said I would have to get one eventually. And I wanted to say it because, hey, when someone shows you something you like, because they like it, it feels nice to share when you are able to sit there and go, me too. Oh. Okay. I have to pee real quick first, and I will be turning off the mic for that. Okay. I'm trying to, in my head, track the patterns of how damage works for weapons. Because it's got a consistent pattern, but I don't quite understand it yet. It's not cut and paste. It's not a simple pattern. because the damage you output is affected by multiple variables. Some variables have a bigger effect than others. And mentally, part of me just wants to sit here and break it all down and go, okay, so each point in this qualifies as an equal here, and this equals out to that, and so on and so forth, kind of thing. For anyone sitting there thinking I'm reading too much into it, they would go to Bolshevik. Damn. I didn't know dabs were weavable. Never mind that you could get them acting like spider silk. And that's got a pretty strong tensile strength, too. But dab is not something you would use for its tensile strength. If you were to use it for a crafting material, you'd use it as an adhesive. Not a structure, but something to bind the structures. Ooh, light up the sinuses. Cheers. Gelinade is the name of the strain I'm vaping on. Kinda has a pickly taste. That's still hot and fresh. That can't be put down there yet. I used to be able to put just put Newman away, but now that he's glass, and the glass has no choice but to touch the whatever it sits on, or he sits on. Can't exactly just put him away right away. He's got to cool. Okay. I might have to do it. But I need to build a harpoon gun and see if the bleed's working right. Because if it is, I may be replacing my sniper rifle. I may take a drop in onslaught stacks for doing it the way I'm thinking of doing it. On a reverse onslaught build. Focus on the accuracy portion of scoped items. And increase the accuracy of the harpoon gun. I'll have to give it a try. Especially now that I finally have the freaking scope. Not to mention the ragdoll. Kinetic energy stuff. Always fun. There should be a damage over threshold mechanic for rounds that penetrate a target. Or hit a target. Depending on the round, I guess. Because I guess regular rounds wouldn't keep going. Well, I don't know. Most rounds I've dealt with, I've seen actually contact something. Mushroom. Or, shatter. But something moving in high velocity as big as a harpoon would not. Cannonballs are designed to explode. That one makes sense. A harpoon gun's a 3-round mag, though. That's the only issue of making it a last round legendary mod. Because the idea is to have that proc as much as possible, which means one shot reload. Which makes it good for bows and crossbows. As well as anything that's low ammo mags. And my thingy. Hi, my girl. Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. My pretty sneaky little thing. Do we have a regular mouse? We do not. Yeah, it's on. Gone. Nada. As I expected. Not a big surprise. I am gonna have to get another monster though. Yeah, it's only 7. I need to figure out what delivery time on some W is. Hiya, boo. You guys are being good. Good job. Sorry about that. I just didn't have the gumption to get to the store this morning. It sucked. Hell, I barely had the gumption to make it to the corner store. I was hoping to be lucky and get some cheese, but I wasn't able to. Okay. I just wanted to look here. That one's pretty good. Oh, hold on. What? Small difference. Problem is, there is really still no good apparel available. What I can find, I have. 57 is where I'm at. Damn. Because this is one of the pages that has quite a bit that I want. It's just that, and that I don't want in that page. I like that scratching post and the collar. I've still got to replace the Real Dubs collar. Trade out the center chest piece for the Mothman chest painted piece. T45, T51, T60, T65, Ultra Sight, and EXO. Raider and Excavator, okay. 5 bucks. I may be too late for that. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Oh, well. Yeah. Shite happens. Oh, shit. And it's only got 13 hours left. No, I'd probably stick with the Flatwoods legs too. Well, that's one way to make me jump. Fucking Windows. I still don't have control of my mouse.
Hinson Jackson says, Lou Lu gotta create my own for when I'm in the house lol.
We do gotta figure one out for you. Oh, that's horrible. First thing that just came into my mind was the skip between Cheech and Chong. Dave's not here, man. That's fucking horrible. Discord be a better place, so I can actually get to them and listen to them. As to where here on Twitch, you send them in chat, there's a good chance it'll say no. And I don't typically end up checking my Twitch private messages very often. I'm not gonna lie about that. But I currently use Blurb Forum, so that would be the site to look at. That was quite the pickup. All these mercenaries are dead. Speak to the survivor. It's like, you mean I don't actually get to take these guys out?
Little late to the party, aren't you? If you're looking to loot the place, some Blood Eagles are ahead of you in line. I'd stop you, but I think I quit. Our squad was guarding the entrance here when we were overrun by Blood Eagles. Killed everyone. Me too. I just haven't kicked it yet. Name's Woods. Corporal Woods, Hellcat Company. Mercenaries. We got hired by this creep of a doctor to guard the place.
Hinson Jackson says, I sent it on Discord LMAO.
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna collect on that.
Hinson Jackson says, get it a kick out of it.
I probably will.
Love the optimism, but my ticket's punched. I think I can go easy, knowing someone's gonna take out those Blood Eagles. Make better choices than I did.
Flop. I would have to see if it's actually on Blurpbud. And then I'd have to make sure that it's not too long. Otherwise, it'll get tagged for copyright. That's the only reason why nobody else has music based.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Freezing in here. Look at all this ice. The environmental controls must be damaged. What happened here? Those are Hellcat Company uniforms, right? It looks like a massacre.
One survivor, but I couldn't save her. Said they were working for Blackburn, then Blood Eagles arrived. No random. Blood Eagles got here before we did. Wiped out the marks. Blood Eagles are still inside. That's a good monster.
Blood Eagles? What are they doing here? Looks like Paladin Romani was right. There's a link between the abductions, Blackburn, and the super mutants. We still need to figure out what. Give me a moment to look at these terminals. That's not good. The vault's on internal lockdown. I guess someone's responding to the Blood Eagle attack. If there are automated defenses still working, they'll all be active. We may be facing more than just Blood Eagles. Be careful.
Okay.
Let's get moving. I'll follow you.
You get down, stay quiet. And stay close. But not too close. Wouldn't want you to get tagged by a stray round.
Locked. Must be the security lockdown. Let me try something.
Go for it.
Got it. I was able to use the Pip-Boy's protocols to get the doors open, but it fried the circuits. If we run into any more locked doors, we're going to need another way through.
Oh, lovely. It's awfully quiet for Blood Eagles. Awfully clean, too. Okay, that's a little bit better. Something tells me this is not what I want to be running at the moment. Really? It's like, damn it, Valdez. Valdez, get down. Well, congratulations, you just got a promotion.
How did I get to this point? I should be the boss. I really should.
It seems I have an excess of visitors today. Ah, yes. The one I met at Port Atlas. I did hope we would meet again under more convivial circumstances. These are not they, unfortunately. I have no quarrel with the Brotherhood, but I must ask you to leave immediately. Please leave me be. I cannot be responsible for what may happen if you remain.
I guess we found Dr. Blackburn. Looks like most of this place is locked off. We need to search everywhere, but our options are limited right now. I think that door labeled mainframe is stuck open, though. Let's start there.
Fucking cooler.
This vault was a biological research facility originally. There are a small team of geniuses inside. Perhaps it is fitting that I'm honest. I've been honest about my purpose, after a fashion, but less than forthcoming about its nature.
And down. Go, 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 go.
Robotics control failure in the mainframe wing. Activating emergency fabrication protocol FS401.
Janek, circuits 10, 1857.
Got it.
That's what I
Research
thought.
log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn. 22. In retrospect, my enthusiasm for the cryogenically preserved specimens in the vault was excessive, if not actually misplaced. I am down to the last 4 viable tales. Lives will be saved. Utility trumps sentimentality. End log.
I should be the boss. I really should.
Combat's over with.
I'm just like, I'll heal. Several shooter civil engineer armor. I will need to get the rest of those.
Get goosebumps. Something's near.
Valdez.
We survived.
Not for lack of you moving in too quickly. No, it doesn't.
Your persistent refusal to depart is a distraction I do not need. Please, I am asking you again, leave this place and do not return. There is nothing for you here but sorrow. Whatever you think you will accomplish here, I promise you that you will not.
That's an awfully big promise to try to keep, buddy.
I miss my mama.
Oh, damn. Valdez, where the hell are you? God damn it, Valdez.
You picked the wrong squad to mess with. Close one.
Not really. It also would have been a lot less close. Had you not ran into everything.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn. Number 38. The capture of human test subjects is itself less difficult than I imagined. The people of Appalachia are in bad need of medicine, and lone travelers are easy to approach when one is a doctor. I tell myself these acts are necessary, the work too important, and I cannot complete it without living human subjects to experiment upon. It is I compound failure upon failure. In my quiet hours, I question what I have made of myself in pursuit of this goal. I began this enterprise fully cognizant of what it might take.
Is that you, Vasher? Wow, you're an even worse liar than I am. Wait, that voice. I know who you are. Oh, you're the one I talked to back at Fort Atlas.
You know her?
Listen, we're in a bad way here. Cut off from the rest of our people and the damn robots keep coming in waves. We need help. Hardy har har. Let's get serious and make it quick. I can help you and you can help me. I've been trying to get us out of here since we've been locked in. I just found this vault security key card. Should open all the doors in this place. You help us, and it's yours. Valdez, you got someone else out there? Should I be jealous?
I don't think we've got much choice. We're going to need that key card to bypass the rest of the security doors.
I told you I just found it, dummy. I was about to try it out right when I heard you walk up. I got injured in here. Okay, maybe I'm no sweet little orphan, but I actually like some of these idiots. I don't want to just leave them for dead. Come on, I can hear more coming. We got a deal? Now we're talking. Give me a sec to get the door open.
Good thing Shin's not here. I don't
Right?
think he'd agree to this.
Nope.
No shooting, boys. They're on our side. Crap, here they come again.
You idiots. Go stand right next to the robot that's about to go nuclear. Sally!
Damn. Good thing you showed up when you did. Looks like I was right about you. Shame we keep meeting under these circumstances. We could get into some real trouble. Can't believe the Brotherhood bailed us out. Well, a deal's a deal. Key card's yours. Yeah, banged up, but with the coast clear, we should be able to get out of here. I don't say this a lot, but thanks.
I can't believe we just got thanked by a blood eagle.
As always with you. Alright, I guess I owe you that much. What's up? Yeah, I figured. Them's the breaks. I'm sure they tried to kill you too. You won. It happens.
Alright.
Too heartless? You don't lead a gang with feelings, man. I'll be honest. The only ones I actually liked are in here with me anyway. Not my problem? Hey, don't look at me like that. We'd be dead if you hadn't shown up. If they're not, they soon will be. I try to get these guys here to mount a rescue, they'll ask me themselves. Eyes. Get it?
Yep.
Eyes. Duh, we're looting the joint. One of our people trailed those Hellcat idiots back here. A vault's gotta be full of good stuff. Guns, bombs, food, and... Okay, this one turned out to be some kind of nightmare freak show, but can't blame us for trying. Can't get enough of me, can you? All yours. You got this far, so I'm guessing the way you came is clear. Thanks again. Maybe we won't even shoot you if we see you again. No promises.
You've got interesting friends, Initiate.
You've got interesting friends, Initiate.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 57. I begin to doubt my own sanity at times. My efforts, while not without progress, continue to fail to bear real fruit. The FEV seems almost deliberately malignant, as if it had a consciousness and rejects my every attempt to bend it toward a benevolent end. I've come to recognize the signs of imminent metastasis and conversion to the so-called supermutant state. I am ill-equipped to deal with the product of such failure, and have taken to disposing of these unfortunates outside the vault itself. I regret that my current methods of disposal may, in the short term, increase the supermutant population in Appalachia, but it cannot be avoided. End log.
Perversions of nature. Like West Tech, they concern themselves only with whether they can do these things, not what benefit they might bring. At best, they made weapons. Such a pointless waste. I have turned what they left behind to better ends.
Oh my god.
I regret the ugliness you
We're supposed to bring him in alive? Crap. Why?
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 5. The creators of the forced evolutionary virus were idiots savant. They saw weapons, soldiers to win a war that would end almost as soon as it began. They had discovered a means by which we could seize the reins of human evolution, and all they could envision was more efficient death. My colleagues at West Tech were likewise fools.
Bro. I'm sorry, as someone who sits in that kind of scenario, knows what we could be doing, knows what we're doing, that's not an excuse for doing this shit. There are many ways to test without ever involving living flesh. And even back then, you could have figured some of this shit out.
Don't let me die in here.
Mm-hmm. Look, who said that?
Is he coming back?
You're not with those others, are you? Can you get us out of here? Oh, we're locked in some weird cell, in a frozen vault, being held prisoner by some lunatic in a lab coat who experiments on us. We're peachy. How are you?
I can't take it.
Not exactly. I think the locks are controlled remotely. The doctor guy always does something back behind the stairs there, before he comes back to grab one of us for his tests.
I can't take it anymore.
Okay, I was gonna go for a walk, but I'm here for now. Sorry. Seriously, though. Thank you.
Out of here.
Please. Help us.
Working on it, homie. I don't want to say it. Or should I say I'm resisting saying what went through my mind. Because that was pretty bad.
Molly Cooper, biology log 280. What is this? The specimen record is blank. No vitals, no measurements, no source data, just an ID, X001. The cellular structure is unlike anything I've ever seen. I can't even identify the organelles. I ran it through the DNA sequencer twice, but nothing at all. I talked it over with Nina, and she's gonna try splicing it into some of the cellular structures at random, just to see what happens. It's a long shot, but we have a quota to meet.
Everything hurts. I feel sick.
You got my thanks, stranger. Introductions are in order, I guess. My name's Cassie. Did I say that already? Now that sounds like a fun bunch. Uncle Art mentioned them in, broad terms. Can't say I'm not glad to meet you, though.
Everything hurts.
I'm not injured. Got lucky. The doc didn't do any surgery on me. That nut job was dosing me with diseases, though. Said he was testing incubation and immune response times. Weird thing is, he kept apologizing. Bad case of sludge lung now. But I'm holding up. Some of the others are in worse shape.
I can't take it anymore.
Somebody get us For real? You must be my guardian angel. Well, I did get kidnapped and locked up by mad scientists, so maybe not. But still, thank you. You get to miss him breathing normally.
Is he coming back?
Maybe I could, but there's no way the rest will. I don't even know where we are, but I'm guessing we're not close to civilization. These folks won't make it a mile in their condition.
It's better if they stay here. When we've cleared the vault, I'll radio Fort Atlas. They can send the medics with the recovery team and get them to safety.
Whatever Fort Atlas is, that sounds good to me. Thanks kindly.
I'll leave some food and water for you to share until help arrives.
You're a peach. I think we're the last surviving ones. It used to be more. When he takes you out of the cells, you don't always come back. Hasn't been down here in a few days, though. Figured he'd got what he wanted, or someone done him in. Good timing on your part. The crappy rations he gave us last time are nearly gone. We ain't going anywhere. Hey, if you run into that crazy doctor, give him a kick for me, alright?
I'll try not to give him a bullet.
I hope we'll meet again. Under better circumstances.
Can we go home now?
If you can walk out now, you can go home. If you can't, then you're gonna have to wait for the medical team. They will treat you and then give you a ride home.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 112. My work's demand for human subjects has increased dramatically as I make ground toward my ultimate goal. To this end, I have contracted with a group of mercenaries calling themselves the Hellcat Company. Trustworthy, if such a term applies here. They display a useful moral flexibility. They do not question the nature of my work or my need for human subjects. And I do not illuminate them. Already they have begun acquiring new subjects at a far greater pace than I could. Contingent remain to guard the...
Troubleshooters. Come on. Nope. not only your luck, but whether or not you're at your home bench seems to make a difference as well. I could be wrong. But this door is impassable, so we be in it. Downstairs. These crystals. Like, what are they? Crystals of disease?
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
That definitely appears to be a dead end. Significant girl, what are you talking around for? Am I taking too long? Because I'm sorry, I'm getting lost. I found a bread box. Smartass says while using a bread box controller. Back here again. Something tells me I don't want to do that. Okay, maybe I can't do that. There we go.
stories you have seen, you cannot change what has happened here. Leave me to this cold and lonely place.
Oh, speak to Valdez.
The card doesn't work? Blackbird must have overridden the door codes. Probably guessed the looters might find a key card eventually if they had the run of the place. From here? If I had more tools, time, and some schematics, sure. Under the circumstances, we'll have to get creative. These doors are hydraulically sealed. If we can find the lines that feed to this door, we might be able to cut the pressure holding it shut. Look for a utility room nearby. This should be it. Take a look. See if you could find the lines to the Overseer's office.
Close. Identify close the correct valve. Bladed weapon. Cut the hydraulic line to the door. Smash controls and hope. Puzzle of its array of controls before you somewhere here there must be a button or lever or something that would do the trick, but after several minutes you have to admit you have no idea how this thing works. Damn it.
That'll drop the pressure, all right. Okay, the door should be open. Let's go.
Well, it wasn't a whoosh. It was a spray. And honestly, it would have been hot, because if I'm not mistaken, hydraulic fluid is flammable.
It appears neither the Vault defenses nor the Blood Eagles were a match for you. Quite formidable. You can lower your weapons. It would clearly be futile for me to struggle, and I surrender willingly. Too far? Does that term even apply when the goal is the permanent protection of humanity from the horrors of the wasteland? I told you my work focused on the health of Appalachia's people. You must.
Yes, their thing is too far. We need to know everything you've done.
I am sure your Brotherhood will happily interrogate me until I have no tale left to tell. I will be entirely forthcoming, though I expect you will want to conduct your inquisition within confines more amenable to the Brotherhood. As for the contents of this vault, the Brotherhood is free to collect anything they like. My work here is finished.
I don't like the sound of that.
Nope.
Do you believe I did this all blindly? Groping madly in the bodies of the innocent for some unknown and hallucinatory secret. With each iteration, each test conducted, I identified flaws in the virus and calculated their removal. I have no doubt in my work.
After seeing what you've done here, I hope hell does exist.
Despise me if you will. I took no pleasure in what had to be done. FEV was never intended to be a source of abominations and grotesqueries. It was to be the next step in human evolution. Our refinement into something greater and better. Certainly the fools at West Tech were more obsessed with observing its failures than correcting them. But its true purpose was for good, and now it will fulfill that purpose. Because of me.
Listening to this is making me understand Shin's point of view.
This is true. I wish it could have been avoided. It was easier and safer, for myself, if not for others, to release those failures before their metamorphosis was complete. I had work to finish, and I knew the Brotherhood was out there to deal with the errors.
Your errors tunneled into Fort Atlas and could have killed everyone!
Is that so? It seems my failures were indeed steps on the road to success. That level of coordination suggests an increase in cognitive development over the typical example. Still, I bear the Brotherhood no ill will. My apologies for that. I have no doubt that you do. As you wish. Contrary to what you may think, I did not lie to you when we spoke at Fort Atlas. I did say it would be difficult for a layperson to understand. Do you believe I did this all blindly? Groping madly in the bodies of the innocent for some unknown and hallucinatory secret? With each iteration, each test conducted, I identified flaws in the virus and calculated their removal. I have no doubt in my work.
Where's your proof?
It sounds like you haven't actually tested your perfect virus.
There are steps being taken as we speak. Any miscalculations that might exist are minor and will be addressed shortly.
How so?
What you call insanity is merely the regrettable necessity of my work. That it condemns me in your eyes or consigns me to whatever hell may exist is a price I pay willingly. I have ensured the future of humanity, not just in Appalachia, but the world. No cost is too high for this. Were it possible to achieve it without the suffering of innocence, I would have done so.
After seeing what you've done here, I hope hell does exist.
Despise me if you will. I took no pleasure in what had to be done. I have no doubt that you do. As you wish. And yet you will not, will you? The Brotherhood is an iron fist when enforcing its mission. But you did not come all this way simply to put a bullet in my skull. Besides, my death can no longer stop my work. Yes, I assumed as much when you entered. Very well. Consider me arrested, if you must. I am ready to face any judgment the Brotherhood wishes to mete out. My work here is complete regardless, and it is too late for you to stop it. Do you think I take any pleasure or pride in that fact? Think what you will, but I am not inhuman. Had I been capable of accomplishing my goal without them, I would have done so. I am neither a sadist nor a homicidal maniac. I do not expect forgiveness. But I am certain what I have done will bear sufficient consequence without fabricating new sins to hang upon me. Simply that I have achieved my goal. The FEV is perfected, and it is too late for you to change that. My sacrifices, the terrible things I have done to accomplish this, it has been paid in full, and now salvation awaits humanity.
What? You can't do anything with it now. We've caught you. You're finished.
Have I given you any reason to believe I have not already taken the necessary action?
Okay, that's not good.
No. I've been trying to get to that point for a bit now.
I have completed it. I turned a flawed miscreation into something that will heal an ill and wounded humanity. But if by that you mean, what have I done with the result? It is no longer here. I have associates. They are even now finalizing the mechanisms of its distribution. You are too late.
No.
Paladin Romani needs to hear about this immediately.
Ah, yes. The interrogation before my interrogations continues. Go on. Yes, consider me. My work here is I am at your disposal, then.
You can head out.
Choice words.
I'll radio for a team to secure the site and get the prisoners to safety. Then bring Blackburn back to the fort. I'm sure the others are going to have a lot of questions for him. Good work, Initiate. I'm glad you were here.
There is nothing left for you here. I am certain your paladin and knight will extract any information
You should
they
be
need.
getting back to Fort Atlas.
Once I let you go.
Me. It would appear I'm not, so let's try these guys. Back to Fort Atlas, huh? I'm gonna stop my house in the way. Go back to Fort Atlas. Stops at house on the way. Pipe and a Nuka-Cola.
Lights in the sky. It's communication. It's intent.
Quad. Okay, looks good.
Hello, peasants.
Is that a science?
It's damn time!
Ooh, speaking of that time, how's this looking? It's looking like it hasn't gotten warm enough to actually do anything. Okay. Ooh, I need to charge this. Just give me my cord, please. Seriously? Fucking. I'm having that kind of day. If it's not one thing, it's another. I don't know what's with this guy.
SGS_science says, did you see W just came out with rainbow sherbet flavor that is made after the old push pops? It's
Ooh.
fucking fire. SGS_science says, stream said it was too much LMAO, lagging.
Oh! Windows has been being an ass today. Oh, somebody talking. Yeah. I think I got a Windows update. Don't remember what I'm saving the glowing blood for, but I had a reason to save the glowing blood. think that's it. There's chainsaw. Yep. Okay. Science plain art creators. That's right. Back up to the fort. Trying to get this done. Which honestly doesn't help me get different armor sets any faster. But
Everything makes sense now.
well, power armor there
I
is.
have been fully compliant with your question. Threats are not required.
With everything you've done, you're lucky I'm only threatening you right now.
Please, this argument is getting us nowhere.
Hello.
Do you need something?
Initiate, you've come at the right time. We've been talking to Dr. Blackburn and going over Scribe Valdez's report on what you found in Vault 96.
This smug monster is practically bragging about torture and unleashing horrors on the world. And Romani is treating him with kid gloves.
I am not bragging. What I have done was necessary. I take no pride in those terrible acts. I will have to live with the shame of them forever. That weight does not, however, diminish that the ends were worth the means. You will learn that soon enough. My colleagues will see that our creation, a vast improvement on the FEV, is distributed shortly.
Do you see the arrogance, the self-justification? We should end him and be done with it.
Why did I say that?
Should see if anyone needs help with anything.
Can't just murder defenseless prisoner. Why haven't we killed this guy yet?
If all he had done was create more super mutants, I would agree. The Scribe's report just adds more crimes to the list.
It's not that simple. Preventing Dr. Blackburn's associates from taking this horror any further must be our priority. And we may need the doctor to convince them.
I know I'm forgetting something.
That is your goal, not mine. But I am not a soldier, and would not withstand strenuous interrogation well. No minor delay on my part will change what is to come. My colleagues are already preparing. Perhaps my cooperation will allow us to make a case for the good we are about to do, and to convince you of our cause.
Impossible. We could never support something so abominable.
I'm not sure what I'm smelling, but honestly, it could be my seat here.
My colleagues have a laboratory hidden beneath the headquarters of my former employer,
Westech.
We intend to correct the FEV's mistakes at their birthplace.
Cool.
Politically appropriate, would you not agree? colleagues have a facility better suited to final testing and mass production of the virus. As we speak, they are preparing for its release into the air and water of Appalachia. Once dispersed, it will enter the precipitation cycle in groundwater, and then it cannot be stopped.
No! It could spread for hundreds, maybe thousands of miles!
Yes. If the doctor's associates are preparing to distribute the virus, we have to put our emotions aside here and get to them before they can. Blackburn's punishment, whatever its form, can wait until Appalachia is safe. Head to West Tech. Find and secure the entrance to this lab, and we'll follow behind.
I don't like this, Romani. We should be done with him here and now and level this laboratory. This is just like what Elder Maxim faced at Mariposa. Or have you forgotten?
Elder Maxim came to regret acting rashly there. Or have you forgotten?
If they've already begun producing the virus, blowing up the place could just help spread it.
Yes.
You need to be a bit more delicate than that.
You're doing great.
Very well. If Blackburn is coming with us, I will be watching him. Perhaps he can provide leverage against his fellow lunatics.
If I can prevent further loss of life, I will.
Then it's decided. Initiate, head for West Tech. We've no time to lose. See you there.
Vic Adorium? Ugh, good going, Erica.
At Victorium. Steel? I need steel. It's my power armor.
I can't wait to tell Max about my latest patrol. He is gonna love it.
I know I'm forgetting something.
I hope my next mission is
This is what's going to greet your buddies.
Okay, Erica. You're
Like to
doing
have
great.
those arms.
Who am I kidding?
Maybe the legs would look good on it, pretty well on it too. I don't know. Might look different paints.
Hinson Jackson says, "What's for dinner?"
I don't know what I'm having for dinner. I had lunch, which was the last of my pizza from the other day, a few days ago. I mean, technically, I've got some goodies. 2 packages of snowballs and a thing of the Crunch donuts. They were on discount, $1 a piece. I'm like, yes.
I know how to fix things.
Hinson Jackson says, "Nice."
That actually works better than I expected it to. Oh, hell yeah.
This looks like the start of a real force in the wasteland. I'm not sure if I should be thrilled. Terrified.
Maybe I should join up. Fight the bad guys. Do some good for once. Make a difference. I've heard we've got some people unaccounted for after the super mutant attack. What's going on?
I came too far to get turned down now.
Traitor. Vault Tech. Wild West Showdown, Nuka World. There's no West Tech? How did? I wish I could, but I can't. Because I've got the medic stim thingy
I'll
on.
have some armor like that of my own. Someday.
Scientist switcher. I like the sound of that.
Time to go get fat. But dude, right, I can get fat on super mutants. I can't even see me. Oh, don't tell me there's already somebody here. Oh. No, I'm good. Cool. Oh, I missed. Huh? Oh.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
You're still alive back there? Oh, I'm not allowed to thread that. That kind of. Fucking hell. I forgot to check to see if there was an update. Hehe. Oh, and there's goodies all over the place. Look for it too. Nice. And the fact that I didn't use explosive ammunition means everything is still here and easily picked up. That's a pretty clean looking Nuka-Cola truck. Skull cap. Grenade! Granada! Go to West Tech and play with the mutants. Oh, okay. Pardon the cough. While I'm here, I gotta make sure I keep checking their meat bags and piles. Back in to finish cleanup. Reverse onslaught. 30 stacks of onslaught is complicated. No, it's not. Trying to use an automatic weapon. Yeah, it becomes a little bit more complicated. Just a little. But honestly, not that much. Where's Fimian? I love it when it does that. Shoot the enemy once, it looks at you and goes, huh? And then just dies. It's kind of like one of those before it even knows what hits it. I do have plenty of ammo for it. Chainsaw through it could be fun too. One way or another. Oh, damn it. Oh, looks like I've only got one core on me. Yes. Mini God. You mean what I need to clean up? Bruh, how you shooting around a corner? Same here. J Trevor. Toxic. Cool. Oh, okay. I actually need to get up and go pee. Might just take a smoke break while I'm at it. Excuse me. Alright. So, I need to do a little bit of research. Figure out what kind of things something like Two Shot would be useful on. Like, I mean, the most useful, not just useful. Last shot's good on anything that's, well, almost anything powder rifle or pistol. Two shot, 1 star. Last shot, 2-star. On a properly done Fat Man or Broadsider build, might do some decent damage in a wide area. But using the mini nuke's gonna make several people not too happy. A broadsider, at least, not everything's completely blown away, and not everybody's blinded. It almost should be a thing on those. There's a mild blinding effect. Honestly, the other nice thing about Newman's new tip: one, I'm not going through dabs as quickly. Two, I'm actually getting more improperly medicated, so I don't even desire to have alcohol. It's kind of nice. Anything alcohol could do, weed's doing without all the nasty side effects. So I'll take the better one for me. Especially when doing a job right. Newman doesn't clog up as much. I get medicated quicker, more effectively, on less. Best $13 upgrade I ever did. Noticed a pattern with my gameplay. I tend to do one day of events, one day of questing, one day of events, one day of questing. Alright. I vaguely remember this part. Ooh. drag spikes there. Oh. That's not what I remember here. It's because I'm here on the mission, not just on a farming run. That's right. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that part.
Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. It's a good thing I love killing chumps. Cover me! I'm hit! Guess it was nothing. I'm hit! I'm hit!
Maybe I can just do this with my sniper rifle. Save bullets. Because she didn't exactly get any backup. Nearby corpses. Look for extra ammo.
Those Crater Raiders think they're tough shit, but they're just a bunch of amateurs.
Crater says hello. Damn, they're gone. You seem so disappointed.
This sure is better than dealing with the fanatics at the pit.
It's almost like time-based detonated explosives. Hit it. Oh. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I heard two of them talking and my ears perked up. Huh?
Everything under control, Initiate.
Push me back. So more Hellcat mercenaries guarding the place. They weren't interested in talking. Nothing to worry about. These mercenaries aren't much of a challenge.
Let's not get overconfident.
The Hellcats were likely here to protect Blackburn's associates from the super mutants above.
Should we expect any further resistance?
I am not aware of the details of the defensive measures my colleagues may have taken. I would not, however, expect them to tolerate trespassers.
We should keep moving.
As you wish. I am your prisoner, after all. I have little choice in the matter. Paranoia ill suits you. I have complied with your every demand.
That doesn't mean a damn thing.
Precisely what is so concerning.
Certainly.
Let's move out. Eyes open.
Make it clear that I feel like we're walking into a trap. And these guys are just wanting to go in. Just straight ballsy. Which means I need this. I prefer to be a little more sneaky. Up! Red grid.
Edgar, who are these people? What happened to the guards?
The guards are dead, Dr. Farha. This is the Brotherhood of Steel. I have been their guest since they discovered our project. Regrettably, they object to what we are doing.
We will not be intimidated. This facility is secure. You can't get to us. We will finish our work.
Why? Because it's the frontier of science? It's the next step in our self-guided evolution as a species. Why wouldn't we do this? Hey, don't talk around me.
Nelly. I am not. I've tried to mitigate the damage done, but I've let Edgar and the others talk me into justifying the means with the ends. Maybe I'm not so sure. But I won't let you hurt anyone here. And our decisions are our own, not yours to make for us.
I can see you're troubled. You know what you're doing isn't right. Let's talk through this. We can come to an agreement.
I want to avoid violence. But that's always on the table, as long as you hold Dr. Blackburn hostage. Let him go. Please, let him go or we will cut off this negotiation and proceed with our plans.
I am afraid you will have to give in on this one. If you truly want to stop our distribution process, I advise you to listen to the doctor's entreaties.
Alright, but turn off the goddamn alarm.
What? No, he doesn't.
Allow me to explain. My colleagues could not stop production if they tried. It requires a code. I am the only one who knows the code. I set this plan in motion, and I am the only one who can stop it.
Is this true?
Edgar.
You'll have to forgive Dr. Farha. She did not know. I added this functionality to our distribution program. As insurance, you might say.
Boy, that's handy, huh?
So there you have it. I am willing to help you in exchange for sparing my colleagues' lives. But you will have to let me in there with them.
Ouch.
Perhaps in the end, I am more willing to sacrifice the lives of strangers than friends and colleagues. I do not wish them to be harmed. My hypocrisy in this is only human.
This is true.
I assure you, I have only a peaceful resolution in mind.
Yeah.
Seriously, be considering this.
I don't like it either. But what other option do we have? If we do nothing, the outcome will be just as catastrophic.
Dr. Farha, please permit me inside as a sign of good faith from the Brotherhood. I am certain we can negotiate a peaceful resolution and perhaps preserve our work at the same time.
All right. I'm registering you for the security grid. Just you.
With your leave.
Don't make this worse.
This is a mistake.
I don't like it either, Shen. But I know the game.
Now that that is over with, Nelly, prep the test chamber. They want proof of our success. I will give it to them myself.
YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Anything you do to me after does not matter. I'm going in. Ready to attack.
We should have executed him when we had the chance.
Now is not the time. We've got to find a way in quickly. There's no time to waste.
Drop through the hatch. What hatch? Oh. Boop. Now where am I going?
FEV flow ready, Doctor.
Oh, that's right.
Initiating.
Okay. No, not that. Something tells me my saw would be a bad idea. Whoop. Hi, big boy. Okay. So it is. Woody. Whoop. Whoop. Ah, shit, that's not good. Oh, it was my armor. Oh, what? Let's go. Come on. No, they're not even gonna try. Run. Ouch. Good luck doing that now. Get out of the way! Is that Romani or Shin? Fucking Shin. Of course. Shin! Or Romani! Romani, that's a barrel. Now it broke my song. The way they write the right stick just messes me so much. Yeah, no, you're about to die. Oh. Almost bad.
This is what happens when you let people play God. This proves
Edgar, I should have known. I did know. We weren't ready. I owe you an apology. Our work was a failure. Any good it might have done was a mirage. I knew it in my heart, but didn't listen. As a token of goodwill, I have used Edgar's code to stop production. We will not distribute the virus. I will make sure of that. But I will not simply let you in. There may be little I can do to stop you, but I will defend my colleagues in what little way I can. I will not freely hand over our lives. This is all I can do to resist. Please leave. I must admit that I am powerless before you. If our cooperation can sway you to avoid more violence, then I will let you through. The way is open. We await your judgment.
This whole
Yes.
sob story sounds like a trap.
Okay, shut up, Shin.
Verify that once the area is secure and send Prescribed Valdez to double check. Until then, stay on.
You've arrived. Please, hear me out. We are scientists. Our work is all we have to give to this broken world. We truly hope to give humanity a better way to fight back. Against the radiation, the mutants, decay of civilization. We failed. But this doesn't have to be the end. There is so much good that we can still do. Please, spare us your wrath.
Why does it sound like you're giving up? We weren't that far off. Just a tweak here.
I'm glad you see the truth of the matter.
I'm afraid that's not going to cut it. The Brotherhood exists to keep humanity safe. And your work endangered everyone in Appalachia. If that failed virus had gotten out, countless people could have died. We can't allow you to continue experimenting.
Wait, Shin. It's clear that we can't just let them go. But their knowledge could be valuable to the Brotherhood and the people of Appalachia. Blackburn was the ringleader, but he's gone. We know nothing about the others. And of all people, you and I shouldn't fault anyone for trying to make a difference.
I can. And I will.
Is this still about back then? You can't forgive yourself for your own mistakes, so you refuse to forgive others too. When will you put that behind you?
This has nothing to do with that.
The hell it doesn't.
There will be no more experiments. They're too dangerous to keep prisoners.
Wait, you're really going to kill us?
Hold on. We're not killing anybody. We will bring them back to Fort Atlas and have Scribe Valdez monitor their work.
Have you lost your mind?
Think about
No,
it.
but you've lost
This is
yours.
exactly why the Brotherhood
Hey, I said that the
exists,
first time, too.
To safeguard technology. I hate to admit it, but the Elders are right on this. We can't let them go, but we can't destroy what knowledge they have either.
A wise compromise. I'm willing to cooperate. You, the angry one. Consider the fact that universities are no longer operating. In a generation or two, there will be few, if any, people left in the world with a formal education.
How many dozens have you killed? Do you really think your life is worth more than theirs because of your education? We don't need your knowledge if you're deranged enough to resort to human experimentation.
Please, stop. Let us stop for a moment and talk to each other. There's still much that we haven't told you about our work. And we know little about your Brotherhood. Perhaps we can find out more where our perspectives overlap.
Yes. Maybe some discussion will cool Shin's head. I've no desire for this to come to blows.
Very well. You haven't said anything yet. Surely you have an opinion on this matter.
Scribe Valdez was appalled to find out that people were being turned into super mutants. You really like to burden her with supervising the social paths we're behind it.
Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. As Dr. Jane said, there is more to our story, if you'd be willing to hear it. Let's pause and open the floor for conversation, shall we?
Make it quick, Initiate. Shouldn't take long to see through their lies.
Yes, I just spoke in chainsaw. Oops. I don't need to speak in chainsaw to these
What
guys.
questions do you have for me? Or has your party made a decision? It went too far. And quite frankly, I regret bringing the others onto this project. By the time I figured out that Dr. Blackburn was experimenting on humans, Ellie and Dr. Jane had already become passionate about the project. I was unable to convince them to pull back. I stayed in the hopes that my objections could save even one innocent person from being experimented on.
there was no one interested in listening. I had to talk your superiors down first. The Brotherhood are a passionate sort, aren't they?
It can be, yes.
Dr. Blackburn and Dr. Jane were my college associates. They didn't know each other at the time. I met Nellie when she broke through my window to search for scraps, as wasteland survivors do. She was more interested in my research notes than my leftovers. So I took her in, taught her what I know. I'm responsible for the actions of my associates. I ask that you have mercy on them, if not me.
I urge you to reconsider. This was never meant to come to violence. I never intended to hurt anyone. Dr. Blackburn was in charge of procurement. He told us they were volunteers. It was only later that... By then... Please understand, we were so close. It could have ended any day. But everything we did was for the greater good. We must carry forward what we learned, or all that sacrifice will have been for nothing. They are good people. Dr. Farah is quite strict, but it's because she cares. About Nellie, particularly. The girl is unorthodox, but you can't fault her for it. We're all born differently into this world. And about Dr. Blackburn, well, the world has lost a visionary intellect. It's a shame. Tragedy. Please don't let this work go to waste.
I heard when the Brotherhood breaks down your door, they say, "Add victory. Hand over your arms." Is that true? Oh, wow. That's scary. You really made my heart skip a beat. I don't have any arms. Well, unless you mean human arms, because I've got 2 of those, but they're mine. You can't have them. Wrong. It's all wrong. We ran the models, but the models were wrong. I know exactly where to change the ratios to make this work. I can make it work. We just need one more chance. Don't run from science. Let us do this. Let us change the world. Janie and Farah? Well, I don't think anybody liked me before Farah, so I'm glad we're together. Janie worries too much. She's always asking, are we doing the right thing? Is this gonna work? You don't know until you try. Edgar was the most fun of all.
Uh-oh.
Too bad he miscalculated. What about them? To improve the human race. If I was kidnapped for our experiments, I wouldn't mind. Most kidnappers do much worse. Is that any worse than being human? As Dr. Jane says, all life is sacred. You'd probably gun them down regardless, right? Oh, are you a licensed medical professional? Even if you are, it's pretty rude to make sudden, unwarranted diagnoses of people you just met.
No, it's not. Never mind the fact that it's not a diagnosis, it's a notice of pattern.
Okay,
There's a difference.
You're not really gonna kill us, are you? I'm awfully young to die. You can fit a lot of experiments into 60 more years.
Not even gonna.
I urge you to reconsider. This was never meant to come to violence. Dr. Farha may disagree, but I'd like to finish the FEV formula. We can implement new safety measures. Animal experiments on thorough waste disposal. We're so close to improving the human race as we know it. The world has changed, my friend. How are we to survive if we don't change with it? Please don't let this work go to waste.
Those who commit crimes against humanity must be punished. It wouldn't be right to let them run free. Not to the people they killed, not to the people they can kill in the future. The Brotherhood of Steel must protect the future of Appalachia and of the world. That is none of your concern.
How long do you intend to sweep it under the...
Thank you, Paladin.
You're torturing yourself, Shin, and they deserve to know.
Maybe so. But this is neither the time nor the place for this discussion.
Oh, yes, yes, it is.
Shin, you owe it to yourself to admit that you made a mistake. Stop crumbling under the guilt and just accept it.
For those I failed then, and those I failed since, for them, I have to do better. The raiders on the expedition route. Romani decided we would stay and fight them. But giving the order to distribute the weapons to the settlers there, it was my idea. I wanted to give them a chance. But I got them killed instead. The outcome is more important than the intent. What I learned from that mistake was not to let my feelings blind me. Some things are a lost cause. Some chances are too dangerous.
They're blinding you bad right now, boy.
As we may want to believe otherwise. There's nothing to get over. I acknowledge that I've made poor decisions then and now. That's why I'm making a better decision today. You have to see that keeping these criminals alive would be misguided and reckless. The rocket launchers, ones we found at the crater and Foundation. We had secured those weapons from a military facility with the intent of keeping them safe. Brotherhood hands only, but there was a town being attacked by raiders. I thought that equipping the townspeople would give them a better chance. It didn't work. The town was taken over, and weapons fell into raider hands. It's my fault that happened. I vowed to never make a mistake like that again. Despite that vow, Initiate Norland still died on my watch. I can't let the past keep repeating itself. I can't give those scientists another chance to harm innocent people. Then I hope you'll also take away the same lesson that I did.
No.
Whether I'm being dogmatic or not is irrelevant. My goal is to find a solution
No,
to a threat.
not
And
really.
I don't see you offering any other suggestions.
I have. And you're just not willing to accept it.
I don't see what other option there is. As I stated before, they're too dangerous to hold prisoner. So we either ignore the danger or eradicate it. This is bigger than all of us. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, I do. That's why you're probably gonna have to die.
Come to an agreement. I won't stand for impulsive violence. then we must stand up for what we believe. We will not allow Shin to create a hateful brotherhood which passes judgment as it sees fit. This is human life we're talking about. Haven't enough died already? I'm glad to hear you say that. Fortunately, I'm afraid it may be a breaking point for Shin. Once he realizes his authority isn't respected, I suspect he'll run back to the Elders with his tail between his legs. This chapter of the Brotherhood will become what it should be, with or without Shin. The scientists are to return to Fort Atlas with us and work alongside Scribe Valdez on a new project that we all agree upon. These are smart people. They just need to be pointed in the right direction. They could still do a lot for humanity.
Agreed.
I hope you can see what we need to do here. What we need to do for the Brotherhood.
I do.
What questions do you have for me? Or has your party made a decision? We could focus the idea of human evolution into a more targeted formula. Say, a formula to increase muscle bulk, or to repel radiation. In fact, I hear serums of that sort may already be circulating among the survivors of the region. I'd like to study what they have created and improve upon it. And what has your organization decided?
Damn it.
That's relief. I assure you that you'll have our cooperation.
So that's it then. You and Romani would repeat the mistakes of the past and use these criminals to build more weapons of destruction. To send the world further down the path of chaos for your own gain. All while wearing the Brotherhood insignia on your chest.
The Brotherhood's
Well, I don't wear the insignia.
to use the power of science to guide us to a better world. Rather than murder great minds, we will shape them into people who will serve that mission. And we will do it without barbarians like you.
On that point, we agree. I refuse to serve an illegitimate branch of a principled institution. The Elders need to know about our failures. All of them. It will be my honor to give that report in person. That comment is a prime example of the degeneracy that will go down under Romani's leadership.
There's a difference between degeneracy and free will. Maybe you'll learn that someday.
It doesn't matter. Do as you will, Romani. The Elders will judge the outcome. Goodbye.
We are grateful. The work we do next could still change the world.
You go on ahead. I'll bring the scientists back to Fort Atlas, then we can discuss everything that's happened.
I'm not going to complain about not having to kill Shin. But it still does become a more raider-friendly Brotherhood this way. Or should I say crater-friendly? Oh, I was supposed to use the explosives to take him out? Oopsie. I guess I'm just good at doing things the hard way. I probably could just fast travel. Uh-oh. I guess exterior, because there's a bubble there. Why is there a bubble if I just need to be inside? Finn's here, be like, one last chance.
Friends, initiates,
See if anyone needs help with
faces
anything.
new and old. It's good to see you today. I am proud to announce that the mutant threat has been cornered and removed.
Oh god. Why did I say that?
I'm sure you all know that relations between Shin and I have been strained for some time now. I'm afraid my leaving out his title
Tell
is
Max
no
about my
mistake.
latest patrol.
Shin and his followers have decided to part ways with the Appalachian Brotherhood. I had every wish to work together with Shin on my mission, and still do. But he is no longer open to discussion. His loyalty to the Elders is unshakeable.
Initiate Houston,
He
reporting for
would
duty.
rescind his oath before besmirching the Brotherhood's name. Should he ever open his mind, I will be ready to listen.
I hope my next mission is soon. I'm tired of being stuck in Fort Atlas.
Now I have one more announcement to make. I'd like to recognize a particular initiate's exceptional contributions to our chapter. In most cases, this recognition would take the
Dr.
form of a
Hardy,
standard
and
rank
everyone.
increase. However,
Okay, you got
being a
this.
knight is a dedicated responsibility, and it's become quite clear to me that this initiate has obligations beyond just the Brotherhood of
See if
Steel.
anyone needs help
I
with
won't take
anything.
you away from Appalachia. As such, I'm granting you the unique title of Knight Errant. Why don't you come stand between Scribe Valdez and I, so I may officially
And
confer
Dr.
your
Hardy,
title?
and everyone. Okay, you got this.
I can't wait to tell Max about my latest patrol. He is gonna love it.
For exceptional contributions to the Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel, I hereby name you Knight Errant. You may split your time with the Brotherhood as you see fit. We are forever grateful for what you've
Initiate
done for
Houston,
us.
reporting for duty.
Now everyone, feel free to take a short break before your next assignment. You've earned it.
Oh, Valdez is the optional.
So-
Hi!
That Shin is gone. I can't believe it. I wanted to be optimistic about their conflict, right up until the end.
You should see if anyone
The
needs
more
help
I
with
think
anything.
about it, the more I feel like maybe this was inevitable. If only there was more I could have done.
Why
Well,
did I say that?
both of them would die for their beliefs. At least this way, they can pursue those beliefs separately, rather than killing each other over them.
I can't wait to tell Max about my latest patrol. He is gonna love it.
Okay, Erica, you're doing great. Who am I kidding?
Well, that's going a bit far, isn't it? But it's a very nice thing to say. Thank you.
I hope my next mission is soon. I'm tired of being stuck in Fort Atlas.
Don't mention it. As the resident scribe, it's my job to keep things functioning around here.
I know I'm forgetting something.
I'm going to keep doing my job. With one officer down, there's going to be a lot of slack to pick up. There's still a lot more I'd like to see out there, but right now, I need to support the Brotherhood.
You should see if anyone needs help with anything.
things are gonna get a lot looser around here. Paladin Romani never believed in strict regulations. She's going to focus on recruitment and outreach. Well, if she can find the time. Until next time.
Speak with residents.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. What are we gonna do? Who's gonna handle everything? Who's gonna lead the recruits? What am I gonna do? Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, I think I'm alright. I don't do well with really big changes. I think I need some time to process this. I'm gonna sit down.
Knight Errant.
Did that really just happen? I knew things between the higher-ups were shaky, but I didn't think one of them would actually leave. Especially Knight Shin. I mean, it seemed like the Brotherhood was everything to him. Well, I guess things are going to change a bit around here. Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. Look forward to it even. Whatever reorganization we need to do, I'm sure it'll shake out into something even better than what we've got right now. Paladin Romani is the leader I want to follow. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to it. See you around, Knight Errant.
I can't wait to tell Max about my latest patrol. He is gonna love it.
Okay, and then to Romani.
So, Knight Errant, how does your new title feel?
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
You deserve it. Don't let the wasteland tell you otherwise.
See if anyone needs help with anything.
Now, we can start making the Brotherhood the benevolent organization I always wanted it to be. Our focus has to be helping the people of Appalachia, reaching out a hand and making them feel safe. This is a new dawn.
Mother Romani.
Proud that you were a part of it.
I can't wait to tell Max about my latest patrol. He is gonna love it.
I'm disappointed Shin would turn his back on us, but it's certainly better than the alternative. There were times I truly wondered what I would do if it came to it. If Shin pointed his gun at me, I know what I would do. So I'm grateful he didn't make me do it.
I was kind of didn't force his hand as well.
Don't be a stranger. There will always be a place for you at Fort Atlas. At Victoria.
There's my Hellcat armor. And I'm done here. Back to base. You whoop. The horrible part is I keep doing all of this without ever using or rarely remembering to use my stat boost machines. Hey, I got my angry pussycat armor. Oh shit. And that's why I use reverse. And all I did was take his ear. That's why I had the... Now I remember why I had the damn other armor set. This one, the blank. Wrong class. I did it. Excavator. Hellcat. Oh, I know how to make 245 torso. And ultrasonic power armor. Well, let's see what she brought me first. What did you bring me, Dubs? She's like, oh, laying in front of the heater. Vanguard Trapper's egg. What it looks like. Oh. Collect. No. Collect. Hellcat power armor chassis. Oh, and it automatically put all the kitty meow stuff on it. Okay. Modify. They meow. Standard paint, no mod. Legendary. Full screen. Flatwoods, okay. Heavy metal chest piece. just this power. Oh. Ooh. What's a right leg? Regenerating welded custom fit. Inspect. Right leg. Oh, never mind, there's one here. And there's one downstairs. But, you know, some things just don't see right away. Can't blame nobody for that. Oh, thank you. Buffalo J Tripper. Need to grab these. Those I just need to drop them. I wish I could sell these repair and scrap kits because I just don't use them. FEV research logs. is that?
Hinson Jackson says, "What's up, dude?"
Not much, just kind of chilling. Just finished the Brotherhood quest line and got my Hellcat armor. And plans to make something else completely. That I'm trying to figure out what it is and where it is. Oh, excuse me.
Hinson Jackson says, "I'm grubbing on some flaming hot funyuns lol."
Nice. Okay. So let's check here. Check the Tinker's Bench after that. Boil all the water. I really don't care to have doubles of water. Aseptic blood pack, corpse flower strangler pod, and aseptic blood pack steel.
Hinson Jackson says, "When are we gonna see the poor man enchiladas again lol and the good ol' raviolis?"
Honestly not entirely sure at the moment. That could be this month, honestly. I just need to make sure it's not something I do too often so that way Dad doesn't get overdone on it. Dad's one of those people who can have too much of something and then just be completely screwed on it for the rest of his life.
Hinson Jackson says, "Understandable."
Agreed, and that's why I said to him, it's like, all you gotta do is say it. That's all I gotta hear. So it's probably... No. Ah, okay. Bungalow. So it's this thing. That was the other thing I got. So plans to make that. Not that I really care to have the yoke white rug, but but homie chilling right there. No, he's a little big. So we'll put him up here. Let him illuminate the corner a little bit. Oh. Yeah. So that's the one I bought. Okay. Bought it for fairly inexpensive, which is nice. Oh. I think I might spend a little bit of money on the game, get a couple of the bundles that I was looking at before they're gone. I've got a little Cappy. blue moon. Oh, oh, oh. Come on. Get him in between. Right there. Yay. Oh, because that's the only way I could do it in this mode. Okay. God, those seem so small. Now, the incense. Where would the incense stuff be at? That's fine. Novelties. Pots and pans. Signs, tapestries. Well, then what category are the instant burners under? I don't know what the incense burners are under. Just where I got one though. Okay.
Lots of chatter back and forth.
One hour ago, cranberry bog. Fast travel. Exterior. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna do that real quick. Well, as quick as I can. Um, Come on, load. That's right. That's what might have to happen. Okay. Double checked. Cult of the Lamb has an update. You're gonna make me try to scroll, you bastard. Oh, lovely. It sounds like something's attacking me. It might be a science. But maybe not. Okay, cool. That's taken care of. I can switch this back. No runaway mouse. No. Please don't tell me my bundle's gone. Crap, crunch, crunch, crunch. Nope, it was a cave cricket. Oops. Press the right button to jump to this. Ooh, so well lit in here today.
Nice to see more people coming to Charleston. This city's seen a lot.
That gets turned in. Eyeglasses. Go ahead and take those.
Good luck with your training, applicant. We'll make a fire breather out of you yet. Responders, set up this trading post for their fire breathers unit.
Some machine gun guns. Go turn this one in. That's a pretty damn weak piece of armor.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Much better. Nope. Like that. Oops, wrong button. I don't know why I'm still getting the heads up for the suit without the helmet. Oh, yeah. Okay. Those things are taken care of. Got a teammate over here. There's someone hanging out at my base. And a science. Don't forget to show them the switch. If they have trouble figuring it out, that is. Oh, okay. I see which one it is. Oh, he left. Oop. Dumbass. Don't press the jump button. Oh yeah, hee 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 hee. Alright, finally have a mirror for the bathroom. I think my bathroom's a little oversized. What's up, buddy? Who's your pretty bird? What does activating the Raven Perch do? Just make you more animated? I'm not thinking it does anything. I can't pet you. It won't let me. Be interesting to see how Dublin responds to that. Or is it the real dubs? Okay. Well, now what do I want to do? I'm not foolish enough to try to attempt that raid. Oh, he's over here. Oh, service yard. Ashen Cave. Huh. Yep, I was gonna say, I've got a request over that way. Place like this and there's no visible hostiles? What? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we've got ghouls. Okay. Hey, Dubs. Or no go boom. I'm not bitching. Looks like somebody might have beat me here. Oh wait, probably my teammate. Considering his tent's here. That's your team leader. Yeah. Hey, there we go. Mr. Handy Truss. Ooh. Dirty laundry, speak to the old man. Wait, there's actually somebody living in here. So there is. Then I will put down my chainsaw.
Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? You're not one of those damn raiders, are you? You're not. That's unusual for Athens. But a welcome change. But you still haven't answered my question. What are you doing here? Another briefcase. Yes, that's perfect. Your skills might just be the answer to my prayers. I have been searching Ohio far and wide for these Abraxadine chemical briefcases. They were used to store sensitive information, but are useless without a decryption machine. And that's why I'm holed up in this Picard office. Bring me as many briefcases as you can find, and I'll be sure to make it worth your while. My daughter Amrita worked for Abraxadine Chemical before the war. Something happened, though, and she went missing without a trace. These briefcases are my only chance to find out what happened to my Janu girl.
You have made an old man very happy. Remember, these cases are scattered all over Ohio, so you may need to look far and wide for them. Now, get out there and get searching. May you be blessed in your travels. You're back. How goes your search?
Search high and low, hunt down collectible quests. Return the items to interested parties and uncover a story behind them. Earn extra rewards after the quest is completed by finding the remaining items.
Thank goodness for that. Give them here and I'll start decrypting. Huh. Interesting. Here's a copy for yourself. Bring me any more you can find, and let me know if you have any questions.
I need 4 of them, I've only got 2. Rock soak cases. So far, I don't know about this being worth it.
Okay, folks, we finally got the results back from the consumer surveys. These ones were to gauge attitudes towards the Abraxadine chemical brand. We did good, but the board thinks we can do better. They've asked for a full rebranding campaign that focuses on cementing a family-friendly image. I want us all to put our heads together on this one and come up with some standout ideas. Don't hold back. Think big, think bold.
What about a new mascot? I'm thinking an anthropomorphic bubble named Squeaky, who teaches kids good hygiene and traditional values.
Not bad.
A what? No, Martin, get it together for Pete's sake.
How about a commercial? We have the brand recognition and the budget to make something memorable. Lots of the big brands are doing it.
A commercial. I like it. We'll need a catchy slogan to go with it too, of course. Something to really sell the wholesome angle.
Yup, say no more, say no more. I have got it. We're soft on fabrics, but hard on communism. Not bad, eh? Tell me that's not our pièce de résistance.
Martin.
How about we pick something that showcases our values?
Oh, I've got one. Abraxadine chemical. For families who put clean living first.
That's perfect. They'll eat that family-first baloney right up. Nice work, Janice. All right, good work, everybody. Now that's out of the way, let's discuss next quarter's recruitment strategies.
Now, there was a hidden tie into real life there. Well, maybe not so hidden. But there was a rather direct reference to a bubble maker. Soap bubble maker. That did exactly that. Anthropomorphic bubble. Worked well for him.
Our marketing, PR, and R&D departments have all been hard at work this quarter crafting our new employee instructional video. As requested, we've covered the major areas of concern that have been problematic in recent years. So, let's see what you think. Roll the tape.
Welcome, employee. Whether this is your first time donning the Abraxadine chemical overalls or the 100th, this training video is for you. By following these simple steps and adhering to our new mandatory safety protocols, you'll be keeping yourself and the company out of harm's way. Employees are expected to take full personal responsibility for their own actions and for the safety of their team. Remember, safety is no accident. Deviation from our chemical handling procedures can have serious consequences for you and for the lab. Oops, that's got a sting. Remember, folks, follow the safety procedures outlined in the employee handbook or face the consequences. Our patented cleaning formula should be tough on grime, not tough on you. Report to a supervisor immediately if you encounter any infractions. Here at Abraxadine Chemical, we like to keep things spotless. But did you know that cleanliness starts with what you say? That's right. Gossip and rumors leave a nasty stain on you and the company. Best to steer clear of the grapevine and avoid the unwanted repercussions. When you signed your contract with us, you joined something bigger than yourself. Bigger than detergent. You joined a family. And as family, we ask only for the loyalty, commitment, and trust that we've invested into you. Please read your contracts for more details. So don't forget, the success of Abraxadine Chemical lies with you. Stick to these guidelines, and we'll all shine.
Something on your mind, Miss Amrita?
No. Just another lousy meeting where I'm asked to achieve the impossible.
That's so. Was it as bad as the one last week?
Worse, in fact. You don't know the half of it, Moses. You know, sometimes I wonder how we keep getting into these screw-ups. Especially after Pittsburgh. I'm always the one left to pick up the pieces.
You're a hard worker, Miss Amrita. Why, I always see you run around here, busy as a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. Dealing with the bumps in the road ain't easy, but I'm sure the fine folks here appreciate your efforts.
I really wish I believed you. Sometimes I feel like I'm one bad PR statement away from being thrown under the bus. I've got to start looking into ways to protect myself a bit more. We've all got to cover our backs, right?
Damn thieves come around again.
Here you go, ma'am. You can call the number on the back to find more details about Abraxadine's newest...
Terry!
What? I'm with a customer right now. Apologies, ma'am. That flyer should have all the info you need. Come on, man. You're distracting me.
Some guy was just asking me the weirdest questions.
Yeah? So? People are meant to come and ask us questions. That's why we're here.
Here we are, sir. Let us know if you'd like any more information.
Yeah, but this guy was crazy. Get a load of this. He was asking me questions about all the incidents the company's had in the last few years, and...
For the love of God, Ronnie, you tell me you didn't give him any details. You're gonna get us both fired.
Relax, will ya? I'm not an idiot. I remember what they told us in the briefing.
There we go, ma'am. Come by the booth again if you have questions.
Anyways, I tell him to get bent, because I'm not gonna accidentally spill the beans to some undercover reporter looking for a scoop.
Oh, great. So now we're gonna get written up for insulting the public.
Take it easy, will ya? I did it all professional-like. He told me that he was with the military and that they're interested in our product's potential.
Interested? Interested how?
I'm not sure, but it smells like a bonus if we can take it up the chain.
That's what I expected.
Maybe you're right. Okay, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go find him.
Head back to run.
Come chat. We have a lot to discuss. Would you look at that? A familiar face. Of course not. Go and report this to the local police. I'll wait while you go find a telephone. Or we can speed things along and get down to what really matters. Yeah, no thanks to you, but I'm willing to let that slide. We've got bigger fish to fry. Lady Luck smiled on me, I guess. Hell of a story for some other time.
Please exit the area at
All right.
your earliest convenience.
You've seen how things are out there. Ohio is a mess. It would be a mess even without the Rust King terrorizing it, and yet he is. Believe me when I say that you and I are not the only ones with a score to settle. So I propose we do something about it. I don't want to overstrain you, so let's make it a nice and easy yes or no question. Would you like to take the Rust King down? That's why I asked if you were interested, instead of saying, watching me dismantle the whole thing on my own. Planning is the right word. If we're going to dismantle an operation like that, we'll need to be smart about it. If you need a breather, go get it. Then come talk to me. There is much to discuss.
All the way across the map. Sorry, science. What the?
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Kinda sucks you can't scrap down the mines. Mines There's grenades. Well, I was not expecting to be through with runs so quickly. Well, I can't say I'm complaining. Man, this place is a mess. The least you could do is clean it up. You killed the guy. You like it, do you? Would you like one of your own? God damn it, another one of those fucking broken cameras.
Welcome in. Make yourself
You sure have.
I hope those raiders don't visit soon. You ready to talk? I'm real glad you came to your senses. You're an important piece in all this.
Senses?
To go against someone
I
like
had
that
something I
means
gotta do real quick.
there's 3
Sorry
of them in
about
the
it.
surrounding area that are notorious for killing his men. Lucky for you, one of them is right here in Highway Town. Head down to the underbelly below. There's a room at the far end with an American flag. Inside, an intercom will ask you for a password. It's Brahmin.
He's Brahmin.
Don't forget it. But I'll be here, just in case you do. Aren't you meant to be somewhere else?
I wish I could just leave the headpiece on it. Yeah.
Aren't you meant to be somewhere else?
I like that better.
Lots to do.
Aren't you meant to be somewhere else? Ooh. I mean, technically I could take out the rescue by myself at this rate, but I think he's meant to be a proper boss. His army?
Been down below?
Stinks down there.
Place to make bets.
Howdy, friend. I need to stop the armor stealer one there too. That is tiny. That is not the size I'm used to seeing them. Soap, soap, soap. Oh, soap. On the wall. Looks like it's on the bed to me. I'm gonna have to be careful. When I got a scrap. Oh, there it is. Intercom that'll ask you for a password. Oh.
Password?
We're on badly, Robin. Actually, never mind.
The door is unlocked.
Thought about it, decided against it. For now.
New arrival I've heard so much about. Some good listening skills you got there. The name's Moose. Anyone making any difference here is pretty rare. And someone as good a soldier as yourself. That's even rarer. Now you've got my attention. Eugene tells me you had the pleasure of meeting the rescue. Him and his men lay waste to this land and bring fear to civilians. It's been up to me to free the people. Looks like we're two sides of the same coin, soldier. I've made it my mission to take out his patrols all over Burning Springs. You disrupt one for me, and I'll offer my expertise to Eugene's revolt. Before all this crap, I was a colonel in the war. I fought back the Reds, and God, I was good at it. But I got injured. Shipped back here. Life was quiet. Now I'm the last remaining military personnel in this area. I do my best to keep the people safe, and the enemies in the ground. Why not? You clearly like helping people, or getting paid. And you'll get both here. Plus, to become the talk of the town, it's impressive, I'll give you that. There's my favorite fighter. I miss my old squad sometimes. I wonder how they're doing in all this. At ease, soldier.
Don't mind me, Moose. I'm just looting hell out of your place.
Those weapons.
Oh, this ain't nothing.
Down more soldiers. Feels like natural selection at this point.
Hi. What's up? Just want to run me here. Bug.
Been seeing more ghouls around recently. Right back to it, soldier. I've made it my mission to take out his patrols all over Burning Springs. You disrupt one for me, and I'll offer my expertise to Eugene's revolt. I'm happy you're on our side. There's a large patrol a few clicks into Athens. Intercept them, take them out, steal their supplies. Get them to Eugene. He'll know what to do with them. You up for a little bit of target practice?
Already on my way. Oh my. Oh, there they are.
I need something to kill. You made me bleed. Rust to rust. We are his iron.
Wait to return the favor!
To ashes. Rust.
Y'all only thought you knew where I was. kind of the point, though. Okay. Oh. Just appears to be a lonely windmill. Oh. How convenient. The rooftops are quiet. Almost too quiet. Popcorn. Life preserver up here? Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. That's another 4. Right now, she ain't give me shape for a reward. We'll see. Nothing! You saw nothing!
That's always good fun.
Your minions were granted mercy. You shall not be given the same. Oh shit, he still doesn't know I'm here. Blind ass motherfucker. Boop. Okay. I mean, if you want me to pick you apart, front and back, castrate you in the end, sure. I won't stop you from putting your junk in the way. Well, actually, I would have been pretty damn content slicing you up one piece of armor at a time. I was gonna kill your minions, but the spawn clock said no. Hmm. That was it. That was a very quick run.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Okay. I originally went out because somebody was barking when he wasn't supposed to be. Couldn't find out he'd already peed and pooped all over the kitchen. So it's just like, well, hey baby. It's like, well, I guess it's a little too late for that one now. Hi, my girl. You want flippy flop?
You're back. How goes your search? Thank goodness for that. Give them here and I'll start decrypting. Huh. Interesting. Here's a copy for yourself. Bring me any more you can find, and let me know if you have any questions.
Come on, Martin. You're one good idea away from getting that promotion. I can feel it. The others might laugh at me now. They won't once I'm in charge, that's for sure. I just need something that will grab the board's attention. Something that will really blow their socks off. Ooh. What about a special edition of Abraxo called Atomic Sparkle with trace elements of uranium? Your clothes will come out glowing. Literally. No, that'll never get through the safety tests. Definitely not after our last whoopsie with radioactive ingredients. Perhaps we take a different approach. How about an actual soap opera named Suds Galore, where the laundry is clean, but the drama is anything but. We could even have a talking washing machine voiced by a celebrity to plug our latest products and deal bonanzas. No, far too whimsical and may give children nightmares. No, I've got it! A a line of air fresheners dedicated to American presidents. We could have Teddy Roosevelt Tang. Raw, musky, slightly peppery. Smells like gunpowder and mustache wax. Or Truman's Spice. Sharp, direct, strong. A smell that isn't afraid to make hard decisions or send the communists packing. Voila! It's perfect. I've cracked it. If the board doesn't like this one, I'll eat my hat.
But he eats his hat.
You're back. How goes your search? I'll answer what I can. What do you want to know? She always put on a brave face, but I could tell there were times when she was stressed beyond belief. She would never tell me the specifics, just that she had to smooth things over again.
Okay. I'm going to take my smoke break, bathroom break. Oh, not fun stuff. I shall return. Alright. I can at least bring you guys in for dab time. Torch. Lighter. Fuck. Alright. Time to go for a big one. This could suck. Well, it didn't suck like it could have. Newman's Reservoir is going to have to be drained soon. Newman needs a meltdown. But he performs so much better now. See you better. No. As a matter of fact, that's right. Seriously? Come on. You bugger. It's like, no. Not gonna let you make it any smaller, homie. Well, I can see well enough. Briefcase turned in. I need to return to Eugene. Yes, baby girl. Daddy knows. Come here. Come here. Oh, booger butt. No. I heard that. Hey. Fine. Sheesh. That's right, he is back here, and this, remember correctly, is free travel. Yes, it is. Haha. Oh, you got rid of the body.
Speaking. Hope you got a present for me. Thank you for doing that. Now you've proved your intentions with Moose. It's time to get the other two recruits. I've got things to organize here. Anyway, I'm not all that keen to head out into the wasteland. The first recruit is Leonard. He's known in the area for being a wild card. But rumor has it the guy took on a death claw once. He's holed up at the railroad service yard at one of the train cars. We're lucky he's normally on the move. We can't risk him moving again. Get to him first. After you've recruited the muscle, we need a sharpshooter too. An X-Raider and an expert marksman. Easily has the biggest kill count in the area. We definitely need her skills for this fight. Name's Magpie. Last I heard, she's held up at the old diner. Been there a while. She's going nowhere. Find Leonard first. I'll warn you though, these people won't do something for free. They'll expect something in return. Recruit both of them, and I'll meet you back here once it's done. Oh, you surprised me.
Oh shit, she camps right there. You just want to be close, huh? I can tell you're not really feeling like being pet. There we go, now it's starting to load a little bit. Oh, okay, he's barking because you guys are actually home this time. Alright. Did you poop some more? check the kitchen. Because for some reason he thinks that's the bathroom. He maybe check your room then too. Because he left a big turd in the kitchen earlier. With a pee. Cleaned up the turd. Alright. I caught that. Wait, seriously? That's all the space is? Ah, there we go. There's a tent and some other stuffs. It's not barfy, it's kind of tasteful. A little overly compact, but eh, could be a lot worse. Sorry about that. Alright, well. I mean, cool base. It serves a purpose. And you even got wood right across the way. Mm-hmm. This way. That's right. There's a reason I was stopping there. More wood. left arm. Why am I even looking? Oh, what class am I on? Hi, baby. Oh. Oh.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Didn't mean to put that one in there. Am I saving glowing blood at the moment? Glowing blood. Buff out, medics. Make sure I don't have glowing mass or Nuka. Spoiled. Toxic water. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay. Teammate's not even in the raid anymore, so. Trying to make that happen doesn't matter. That guy's supposed to be down here. Well then, fuck it. Moving base. I have a feeling somebody just probably went split. Hello, my home. That's all already been done. Oh. Spooky Scarecrow head. Spooky Scarecrow outfit. Oh, that's the Western. Okay. Oh well. Makes the bunny think it's a person. I love it. Ooh, better yet. I mean, I thought about it before, but... My house is still a little bit of room. Anyways, time to go. Well, hold on. 8,000 model plastic. Molded, sorry. 500 fert. 3K raw leather. Ooh. Excuse me. Steel scrap. We've got plenty. So, thinkers. Yep, been on the wrong class the whole time. Damn. And kicking ass, apparently. Just bulk a few K. Put it up for sale. Yeah, I didn't think it would. Worth a try. Oops. Stash is full. 218 stack weight. These guys might do it. It's okay, I'll go turn them in. "15 pawns, 3 rooks, 1 queen." Somebody fixed their set. Oh, it's because it's in the camp. Got it. Step Grizzly, Step Polar, Teddy, Truck, Wendigo, Vocal Sax. Yeah, that's enough to get me. Multiple times. What are you doing down here? Kind of chilling on the porch, I guess. Alright, I'll be back. We did, okay. That was a side quest, not a daily. Oh boy. I'll just keep my happy little butt on moving. Maybe. Gonna see if they fight each other. Seemed like maybe there was. Why, thanks, buddy. Oh, it was just him. Oh well. Caution. Why am I being put under caution? Yeah. No, I didn't. You're okay, Dubs. Huh? I heard some sweet door. Damn it. Maybe that'll draw Cricky away. Nope. Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, if he says he'll leave me alone, I'm not gonna bitch. And I'm not gonna argue. Find his dude.
For you, rob me and you'll regret it. What the hell are you here for then? I'm not interested. I can't leave this place. I'm waiting. Waiting for my son. He's been gone a while, and I can't move until he comes back. I want to go looking for him, but what if he comes back while I'm gone? Or I find something I don't want to? Just find my own, and I'll do whatever you need me to. He's young, sweet boy. Dark hair, fair skin. He wears his mom's wedding ring around his neck, too. I wasn't expecting someone from a vault to help, but thanks. He used to head down southeast a lot. He'll probably be somewhere down there. And if you find, I'll kill any sumbitch who laid a finger on my boy. Well, that was quick.
That was quick, if only. Alright. And where's we looking? Down by the road on the other side of Rust Kingdom. Lovely. Alright. Fuck. Piece of paper there. Let's go check it out. Blah, blah, blah. It's too bad I don't get the option to do something like urinate on it. Floating tree. That one is crying. That one just looks like he's drunk. He says enemy. There we go. And they're not in the way anymore. Who is you? Frustrator. Oh, shit. Homie got betrayed. What's he says? Lumberyard? Sand Forks Lumberyard. And that's not your typical trailer. Pardon me. Ah. It's a cage hauler. Lovely. I went back out of my shop, build again. That does speak to the build of this sniper rifle in my class, though. Oh no. Wait a minute. Sure, why not? Oh, I do have those set up. I've got unassigned points as well. Holy shit. Can't get through to the funeral parlor. Maybe the line's dead. Womp womp. 2 point. Not that it really is all that useful right now. Got 1 point there. Smart shot. Improve control. Rest longer. Is this house built right in the middle of the road? That didn't feel nice. No, it's on a truck. Okay, that makes more sense now. Oh no. Well, that'll probably do it. Ooh. I'm missing that bear from my collection. Currently not available for use, so I'm guessing it's a west spot. Killed multiple death claws, but only got one hand. That kinda sucks. Hehe. Travel most of the way, save the caps.
Stream Elements says, find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
There's no way! No! Fuck! You're lying! How did he die? Tell me. Now! Raiders! Of course it was Raiders! I'm sick of them! Sick of them! I'll kill every last one of those goddamn Raiders! Especially the one they call King. I want my revenge now! What's so damn important to you I have to wait? But be careful down there. I only went once. It's filled with cannibals, and I heard inhuman grunts. Let's go!
Yeah, go to the chop shop first. You be careful down there. Yes, yes I do. I was like, do I really have to go to the chop shop? Yep. Fuck. You're okay, girl. Ah, yes. Yeah, I remember. I think it was a headhunting at the time. Sorry, come at me, Ripper. Hey, baby. What's up? What? You guys are bad super mutants. Damn cannibals anyhow. At least super mutants makes stuff a little bit cleaner comparatively to this. Yeah, I'd say it was going pretty good. More broken camera. Meat cleavers. Left arm. Up. No timing. So that's what they call cooking? Dash some ammo in it. Oh, I didn't do that.
I bet 50 caps that there'll be a dust storm tomorrow. If I had them. Or had someone to bet with.
Too bad I can't sit there and take that bet. Because it wouldn't even be important if I lost. Well.
Those cannibals never shut up! Ugh, you got some nerve coming down here, cannibal! Oh, cool. We're on a first-name basis. Most killers don't learn their victims' names, so you're clearly not here to hurt me. If you're not one of those cannibals, then why are you here? Look, if I were you, I'd just leave. There's nothing worthwhile here. Sick of your bullshit. Sorry, bad joke. Not my fault those cannibals took over. I moved in first, and I'm not leaving. A revolt? I might have been a good fighter a while ago, but I don't do that anymore. Anyway, sounds like a one-way ticket to an early grave. If I'm not killed by, something else. I got into some shady crap, okay? Now some creepy guys waiting for any sign of me out there. At best, I lose a few fingers. At worst, I go to an early grave. Either way, I'm not a fan of that.
I'm glad that didn't go through.
Okay, hero, I owe a guy some money. He's some loan shark hiding out in an office in Highway Town. When I was trying to find some caps to pay him off, I found this old note that talked about a good chunk of them. But I couldn't journey that far. Not without help. Old me would have just killed him. Now, I'm not so sure. So, you find those caps, pay him off, and we're good. Got it? Yeah, here's a note. I'll be waiting here for when you're back. Hi.
Crazy guys now. Really gonna disrespect character, crazy guy.
Wouldn't miss having a laundry machine
Ow!
around here.
Didn't realize that was there. Spooky. I'm done here. For the moment, that is. Oh, seriously? I thought she said he was... Oh, find the caps. Duh.
Hope we get some good prey soon.
He'll take one. Bleh. Hmm? Oh. Inaccessible. You gotta go in through the front door. Boiled water. Oh, poor gal. Physically speaking, at least.
up here lately.
So much rust. Go bother someone else.
Damn this place. Get out. Journey wouldn't let you kill me.
Grabbed a sweet new shooting iron off a bounty. Who said profit had to just be caps? You smell that? Smells like freedom.
It sucks here. But it's home.
You don't look shy of caps, my friend. Care to earn some caps? You know, I really don't like that name. It sounds so, predatory. The name's Gregory. What can I do you for? Oh. Not surprised Magpie sent a little lackey. Well, I won't complain. Caps are caps. Well, if I'm honest, I really was looking forward to seeing her pretty face again. She owes me a good amount.
I'm putting a price on that bastard's head the first chance I get.
An easy transaction. Glad we could work it out so diligently. But, this doesn't cover the interest she owes me. Can you pay that too?
She always manages to stock enough food for us all. She must earn a lot keeping us fed.
I wish I could be there to see it. You have yourself a deal, but only because I feel a little bad for the sweet girl. You give Magpie my best, yes? She's a free woman now.
Hard to imagine that lake used to be a whole river.
Let me guess. Expensive gear got you needing a boost.
Right. It's nice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wish I knew where Mac gets all his
Through the money change.
crazy running caravans through this wasteland. Wish I knew where Mac gets all his stuff from. Gotta be crazy running caravans through this wasteland.
Rad scorpion venom can dissolve sheet metal. Terrifying.
Well, I don't think it's gonna cut it. No, it wouldn't for me. What if I were in her shoes?
This ain't a place to make friends.
Friend. Who said anything about friends?
Hope everything went okay. Care to share?
Come on now. I wanted to come see the fabled marksman myself. Magpie here tells me you were helping her out with a little debt issue. Is the issue solved?
No, Spike. You don't get to just act all jolly now. I know what you're like, and I do not appreciate you waltzing in here acting like a changed man.
I am a changed man. My raider days are far behind me. I'm not that person anymore. Look, did you help her or not?
He's not going to be waiting for me anymore?
What did I tell you? They always help out.
No kidding. Spike, Eugene, filled me in on the details of this revolt. Look, I'm not opposed to helping. It's time I do something good, for once. It's what my brother would want. You'll all probably die without me there anyway. But I'm not happy about working with a liar like Eugene. I'll see you in the kingdom, hero.
I'm glad you could help Magpie. She'll be a great addition to the fight. How'd it go with the other guy? I get it. It's a lot. Let me ease your mind. I used to be a raider, like Magpie. Not for the green guy, of course. But I did things. Bad things. Things best not talked about. I don't want you to think I'm my past. I'm not like that anymore.
Gotta make sure those traps are set up again.
Great. 2 strong fighters. This is an easy win for us, friend. Exactly what we need. You did a great job. The final part of our plan has come. We need someone to infiltrate the arena and keep the king busy. It's obvious, but you're the best person for the job. I get the feeling he's real interested in you. So chances are he won't kill you on sight.